Chapter 1562. Yu Xiaofeng was caught off guard and injured by the sneak attack. Then he saw Lu Piapiao being intimate with the man who had just arrived. An inexplicable jealousy flared up in him. He roared angrily and turned into a gust of green wind. He slapped at the back of Ling Xiao's head. He wanted to blow up Ling Xiao with one move. At this moment, Lu Piapiao also came back to her senses. She screamed, "Be careful." Then, she pushed Ling Xiao away to block this fatal blow for Ling Xiao. However, she was only a low-level Supreme Master. Facing Yu Xiaofeng's mid-level aura, she already felt extremely suffocated. Just as Yu Xiaofeng's attack was about to reach her, Ling Xiao pulled Lu Piapiao behind him. At the same time, he faced Yu Xiaofeng's palm. Bang! The battle between the two supreme beings rumbled, and powerful shockwaves rang out, causing the entire space around them to tremble. In everyone's opinion, Yu Xiaofeng's furious attack would definitely kill Ling Xiao on the spot. After all, Ling Xiao was only at the low level. Even if he had reached the peak of the low level, there was still a huge gap between him and a mid-level Supreme Master. However, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Yu Xiaofeng being sent flying by the impact. In any place, there were many super geniuses who could fight beyond their realms. However, at the incipient God realm, there was a massive gap between each realm. Even the supernatural geniuses didn't have the competence to fight beyond their realms. Even if they could, they had to rely on some high-grade divine weapons or some rare secret techniques to do so. Furthermore, Yu Xiaofeng was the youngest disciple of their deputy leader, Ling Fengyi. He was also the one most favored to be his successor. It was rare for him to meet an opponent of the same level. However, he had been sent flying in a head-on clash with an opponent who was weaker than him. What did this mean? Lu Piapiao, who was beside Ling Xiao, felt it the most. She could feel that the momentum that Ling Xiao suddenly burst out was not much weaker than the pressure that her master gave her. It was not in line with the strength that he seemed to have on the surface. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Xiaofeng disdainfully and said, "I haven't even settled the score with you. Yet you still dare to be so arrogant. You really don't know your place." Although Yu Xiaofeng was a mid-level supremacy, he hadn't reached the late stage or peak supremacy realm. He wasn't much of a threat to Ling Xiao. It was the same for the other people here. Without a high-level supreme being, they were not worthy of him looking at them directly. "Let's go." Lu Piapiao pulled Ling Xiao and said. She knew that Yu Xiaofeng had a powerful backer. Even if Ling Xiao was powerful, he couldn't go against the Qingfeng Alliance. If her master was in the Qingfeng Alliance, even Yu Xiaofeng wouldn't have the guts to treat her like this. However, her master had left after bringing her here, and hadn't returned for many years. She couldn't even protect herself now and naturally didn't want Ling Xiao to have a falling out with Yu Xiaofeng. However, even if Ling Xiao was willing to let it go, Yu Xiaofeng wasn't willing to let it go. "Want to leave? Have you asked me? Surround them." Yu Xiaofeng steadied himself and roared angrily. He had just exchanged blows with Ling Xiao and knew that the kid in front of him was not weaker than him. In fact, the kid was much stronger than him. However, he wasn't afraid. He had more people on his side. Wouldn't they be able to deal with them? Moreover, this was the headquarters of the Qingfeng Alliance. As long as he gave the order, he could summon many helpers to torture and kill him. Therefore, he naturally wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao. Moreover, he wanted to treat Ling Xiao well, and let him know the consequences of offending him. The other 7 people came back to their senses, and calmed their frightened hearts. They surrounded Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao one by one and locked onto their auras. Once Yu Xiaofeng gave the order, they would make sure that the boy in front of them died without a burial place. "Kid, you don't know who our senior brother Yu is. How dare you offend him? Don't even think about leaving here today." "That's right. You actually dared to fight with our senior brother Yu for a woman. You must be tired of living. Why don't you ask about the reputation of the Qingfeng Alliance? If you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender. Maybe senior brother Yu will let you go." "How can we let him go? It's good to turn him into a puppet. He looks like he's quite strong." "Hey, why is that kid wearing our Qingfeng Alliance's badge? Could it be that he's also from our Qingfeng Union? That shouldn't be the case. I don't think I've seen him before." They first insulted Ling Xiao, but when they saw the badge on Ling Xiao's chest, they realized that he was their ally. Lu Piapiao and Yu Xiaofeng were both surprised when they saw the badge on Ling Xiao's chest. When did you become a member of the Qingfeng Alliance? Lu Piapiao asked. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, just 2 days ago. I just arrived at the Blue Moon space and happened to see you coming out. I thought I recognized the wrong person. That's great. They won't dare to touch you. Lu Piapiao cried out with a rare smile. Seeing Lu Piapiao's charming smile, Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim absent-mindedly, Sister, you're so beautiful. You should smile more in the future. Lu Piapiao was slightly stunned. Then a rare blush appeared on her delicate face and she said, Don't say that. She didn't know why, but a trace of warmth flowed through her frozen heart. It made her feel exceptionally comfortable and happy. Yu Xiaofeng watched the boy flirt with Lu Piapiao and a burst of jealousy and anger erupted. Little junior sister, come over here. Your master has already agreed to marry you to me. You are my fiancé. Get over here. Yu Xiaofeng roared at Lu Piapiao. Who's your fiancé? My master never told me about this. Don't flatter yourself. Let me tell you. My master is the Alliance Master's sister. The Alliance Master has already returned. If you dare to touch us, I will definitely ask the Alliance Master for justice. At that time, even if you are the Deputy Alliance Master's disciple, you will still be sentenced to death. What's more, he is also a member of our Qingfeng Alliance. Allies cannot kill each other. You should know this very well. Lu Piapiao said sternly to Yu Xiaofeng. Haha, to be honest, it's really hard to say if your master is the Alliance Master's sister. She hasn't been acknowledged by the Alliance Master. Moreover, don't you know that the Alliance Master has not been involved in worldly affairs for many years? It's my master who is managing the Qingfeng Alliance. Even if I kill this new recruit, who will punish me? You are too naive. Yu Xiaofeng sneered disdainfully. Then he said to the others, Since he doesn't know what's good for him, take him down. I want to teach him a lesson. He's just a low-level fellow. Let me take him down. As soon as Yu Xiaofeng finished speaking, a middle-level supreme martial artist volunteered and shouted. With that, he slashed at Ling Xiao with a sickle. He used all his strength in his first move and showed no mercy. It could be seen that he really wanted Ling Xiao's life. You want to deal with me with this bit of strength? Too naive. Ling Xiao said faintly. He pulled Lu Piapiao and instantly dodged that person's move. His speed was so fast that even Yu Xiaofeng almost couldn't catch him. That middle-level supreme martial artist was extremely shocked when his move missed. He had already sensed that Ling Xiao was extraordinary from Ling Xiao's attack just now. Therefore, he had not been careless at the beginning, and used all his strength to attack Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, his opponent was so powerful. He was clearly just a low-level martial artist, but he actually had the speed to dodge his attack. This was not something that an ordinary low-level supreme martial artist could do, even if he had the wind attribute. Lu Piapiao, who was beside Ling Xiao, was even more curious about why Ling Xiao was so powerful. However, she was not in the mood to think so much. She immediately said, Let's leave this place quickly. The faster, the better. Lu Piapiao wanted to pull Ling Xiao away, but Ling Xiao did not move. He pulled her back and said, Don't worry, I'm here. They won't be able to do anything. How arrogant. If you're so capable, take one move from me. That middle-level supreme martial artist roared angrily, and once again chased after Ling Xiao. The power of this strike had truly reached his limit, and it was extremely domineering. Who do you think you are? I'm afraid that you'll die immediately if I take one move from you. Ling Xiao's tone was extremely arrogant. After he shouted in shock, he let go of Lu Piapiao's hand, and faced the middle-level supreme martial artist head-on. Lu Piapiao screamed behind him, Ling Xiao, don't be rash. However, Ling Xiao was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. He had long stopped listening to her cries. He die for me. That middle-level supreme martial artist let out a proud and sinister cry, and his scythe ruthlessly slashed towards Ling Xiao's neck. A low-level supreme martial artist dared to fight him head-on. He had fallen into his trap, and wanted to kill him in one move. However, he had overestimated himself and underestimated Ling Xiao's strength. Every part of Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a middle-level ancient god artifact. The middle-level supreme martial artist in front of him had extraordinary strength, but the weapon in his hand was an ordinary ancient god artifact. How overbearing was the power of Ling Xiao's attack? How could that middle-level supreme martial artist block it? Ling Xiao's golden fist directly collided with the middle-level supreme martial artist's sickle. Clang! An incomparably crisp sound rang out, and a breathtaking power burst forth. That ancient god artifact, the sickle, was actually broken by Ling Xiao. That middle-level supreme martial artist was shocked. Without thinking, he hurriedly retreated. However, how could Ling Xiao let him get what he wanted? Ling Xiao increased his speed and continued to push his fist forward. A dragon fist shadow went straight for the middle-level supreme martial artist's chest. Bang! Ift! That middle-level supreme martial artist was immediately sent flying. His chest was blasted open by Ling Xiao's fist, and his internal organs splattered out. It was an extremely horrifying and disgusting sight. However, Ling Xiao's attack was not over yet. Instead, it was just the beginning. Trash like you. I'll kill 100 of you if 100 of you come. If 1,000 of you come, I'll kill 1,000 of you. Ling Xiao let out a startled cry and leaped forward. His golden fists blasted towards the retreating mid-level supreme martial artist without holding back. Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast. That middle-level supreme martial artist did not even have a chance to escape. His divine body was immediately smashed by Ling Xiao's golden dragon fist shadows. Before the surrounding people could regain their senses, Ling Xiao had already grabbed the middle-level supreme martial artist's head. He laughed coldly and said, "All of you, come at me together. Don't disappoint me." Chapter 1563. Bang! As Ling Xiao's voice fell, the head of the middle-level supreme martial artist was forcefully turned into a pool of blood by Ling Xiao's palm. His soul tried to escape, but it was immediately sucked into the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop by Ling Xiao, becoming fertilizer for his soul power. All of this happened in an instant. Before everyone could recover from their shock, a middle-level supreme martial artist had disappeared right in front of them. Not even a trace of his soul was left. When they saw this scene, all of them were fiercely shocked. They were all experienced and knowledgeable people. They had seen many experts on this domain path, and they had also seen many killing methods. But now, they saw a low-level supreme martial artist kill a middle-level supreme martial artist in an instant. This was definitely the first time they had seen such a domineering and powerful freak. Even if there were some peerless geniuses in the past who could defeat someone stronger than them, it was impossible for them to kill someone so quickly. Moreover, Yi Shiwen destroyed an ancient god tool with his bare hands. This was what shocked them the most. One could imagine how domineering and strong Ling Xiao's fists were. Ling Xiao's gaze swept across them, making their hair stand on end. "Bastard, how dare you kill Fu Chang? Let's join forces and kill them." Yu Xiaofeng was the first to recover from his shock and shouted. At the same time, he summoned his green wind beast and entered his most powerful offensive state. When the others heard his shout, they also summoned their holy beasts. Each of them held an ancient divine weapon and charged towards Ling Xiao. 7 supreme martial artists attacked at the same time, so their power was naturally extremely powerful. They destroyed a large area of the outer territory's spatial seal. Boom boom. However, as they attacked, Ling Xiao had already swept to Lu Piapiao's side. He used the storm body technique to its extreme, and instantly brought her hundreds of thousands of miles away. He wasn't affected by the attacks at all. "Don't even think about escaping. Everyone, chase after him. We must kill him." Yu Xiaofeng shouted and immediately led the others through space to attack. "Quick, let's escape. No matter how powerful you are, you will still die if you offend the Deputy Chief Ling Fengyi after killing them." Lu Piapiao said to Ling Xiao anxiously. "Vice Alliance Master Ling Yi? I just met him 2 days ago. I believe he won't do anything to me." Ling Xiao replied disapprovingly. With Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang backing him up, it was hard to say who was afraid of whom. Yu Xiaofeng and the others rushed over, and wanted to surround Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao again. However, Ling Xiao pulled Lu Piapiao and moved again. However, this time he did not have to drag Lu Piapiao far away. He just wanted to pull her a little further away. His divine soul doppelganger instantly appeared and rushed toward the 7 of them. Using a powerful move, Emperor Dragon Heaven destroying Art's 5th move, Sky-Ripping Berserk Shadow. This move was a powerful move that was created to deal with group attacks. It was also a kick technique that was created to deal with the wind attribute. On top of that, Ling Xiao had already mastered the storm movement skill, so the power of this move had increased to a terrifying level. It directly caused the surrounding space to be turned upside down. Countless black storms carried with them an extremely terrifying corrosive power, causing people to be extremely afraid. 7 black storms came from 7 different directions and attacked continuously. The black wind blades were extremely dense and sharp. They were enough to turn anyone below the high-level supreme martial artist level into a pool of blood. Yu Xiaofeng and the others screamed in agony as they were suddenly cut up by the black wind blades. Their divine bodies continuously exploded. Even those who could withstand it could not withstand the strong corrosive force. Among these people, only Yu Xiaofeng was of the wind attribute. He could barely make use of Ling Xiao's speed to disintegrate the wind blades. This is the Black Storm. Who the hell is this kid? He's actually able to refine the most ferocious and difficult to refine Black Fiend Wind. We must immediately inform the others to come out. Otherwise, they will definitely be killed by this kid. This is too hateful. Yu Xiaofeng used all his strength to fend off Ling Xiao's powerful black storms. There were already many shadows of legs on his body, causing him great pain. After a series of violent attacks, the divine bodies of a few low-level supreme martial artists exploded. Yu Xiaofeng and another middle-level supreme martial artist were in great pain from the corrosion of the black devilish wind. They were also heavily injured. Let's leave quickly. This kid will definitely not be able to escape the Qingfeng Alliance's pursuit. Yu Xiaofeng shouted without any sense of loyalty, and was the first to escape. Yu Xiaofeng escaped, and so did the other middle-level supreme martial artist. The other low-level supreme martial artists also fled in panic with their injured bodies. Ling Xiao did not make them stay. Instead, he kept his divine soul doppelganger. He did not use his full strength in that attack just now. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to leave this place. This was because Lu Piapiao's words had made him feel apprehensive. No matter what, he had to give Deputy Chief Feng Yi some face. Otherwise, if he killed all of them, even if Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang protected him, these 2 old men would still make things difficult for him and hurt their brotherly relationship. Alright, they've left. Let's leave this place quickly. Otherwise, if they bring their army out, we will be in trouble. Lu Piapiao shouted again. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "There's no hurry. I have some friendship with their chief and deputy chief. They won't be able to do anything to us." He paused for a moment and said, "By the way, sister, how did you come to this green moon space?" "It's a long story. Let's leave this place first." Lu Piapiao did not believe Ling Xiao's words. She pulled Ling Xiao and was about to leave. Ling Xiao held her hand and said, "If you don't believe me, let's go to the Qingfeng Alliance. Let's see what they can do to me." When Lu Piapiao heard Ling Xiao's extremely confident and sincere words, she looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, "You're really not lying to me? Why would I lie to you? Come with me," Ling Xiao said. He pulled Lu Piapiao's delicate hand and flew back to the green moon space. He thought proudly in his heart, "Sister's hand is really smooth. It feels good to the touch. It's just a little cold." Lu Piapiao felt the warmth from Ling Xiao's thick palm. Her delicate face quietly turned red. She looked at Ling Xiao's increasingly mature and resolute face from the side. Her heart was beating fast. "It's so good to have him by my side." Lu Piapiao sighed in her heart. In the Qingfeng Alliance, Yu Xiaofeng and the others had already rushed back to their territory. A middle-aged man stood upright and looked at them. He said faintly, "Junior brothers, what's going on with you?" The middle-aged man in front of them was Yu Xiaofeng's disciple, and also Ling Fengyi's son, Ling Mafeng. He had the strength of a high-level supreme martial artist, and held great power in the Qingfeng Alliance. Eldest senior brother, we were plotted against by a little bastard. That little bastard can actually use the black demon wind. Its corrosive power is too strong. Eldest senior brother, please help us force it out. Yu Xiaofeng said with an extremely ugly expression. The power of the black demon wind that Ling Xiao had used was not very strong. Otherwise, they would not have been able to return. They would have been completely corroded, and even their divine souls would have collapsed. Ling Mofeng glanced at them, and took the lead to grab Yu Xiaofeng. He forcefully sucked out the black demon wind from his body. The strength of a high-level supreme martial artist was extraordinary. It was not difficult to do this. Ling Mofeng sucked on the others one after another. There was already a thick ball of black demon wind in his hand. This black demon wind is the most difficult type of wind to refine. Someone actually had the opportunity to refine this type of wind. It is indeed an anomaly. Ling Mofeng said faintly. He shook his palm violently, and turned the ball of black demon wind into nothingness. Yu Xiaofeng immediately said after swallowing the pill. Yes, that little bastard is only at the peak of the low level, but he can fight against a mid-level supreme martial artist. He even killed Fu Chang instantly. Ling Mofeng snorted coldly. Humph, who is so daring to attack someone from the Qingfeng Alliance? Could it be that group of people? Yu Xiaofeng said. No, he seems to be a kid who just joined the Qingfeng Alliance. He actually wanted to kidnap our little junior sister. Ling Mofeng's expression darkened as he shouted. What? It's someone from our alliance? Yu Xiaofeng revealed a ferocious expression and said, That's right. Our alliance does not allow internal strife, but that little bastard did it in public. First senior brother will definitely capture that little bastard and tear him to pieces. Let's go. Let me see what kind of monster he is that so many of you can't deal with. How dare he ignore the rules of our alliance? Ling Mofeng said faintly. He took the lead and rushed out of the Qingfeng Alliance. Yu Xiaofeng and the others quickly chased after him. Yu Xiaofeng hurriedly said, Eldest senior brother, are we not going to bring a few people? What? Are you afraid that you can't deal with that kid? Ling Mofeng was very displeased. No, I just think it's better to be cautious. That kid is too strange. He even has a clone with the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist. It's better to be careful. Yu Xiaofeng understood his eldest senior brother's arrogance and spoke very carefully. Humph, so what if he's a high-level supreme martial artist? Do you really think I can't deal with him? Ling Mofeng was indeed very displeased. No, I just think. Yu Xiaofeng hurriedly waved his hands. Before he could finish, Ling Mofeng interrupted him. Enough. If I can't deal with him, then let's forget about this. Yu Xiaofeng didn't dare to say another word after being reprimanded by Ling Mofeng. Just as they were about to rush out of the Blue Moon Space's ninth heaven screen, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had returned a step earlier. Eldest senior brother, it's this little bastard. You must help us. Yu Xiaofeng's expression was panicked as he spoke to Ling Mofeng through Ling Xiao. The others all shrank behind Ling Mofeng. They looked at Ling Xiao with a rather fearful gaze. A low-level supreme martial artist who could fight them with his own strength was too abnormal. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Xiaofeng and the others and sneered. I'm kind enough to let you go, yet you still don't know what's good for you. Do you think I'll only feel satisfied if I kill you? Ling Xiao, don't be rash. Let me talk to eldest senior brother, Lu Piapiao hurriedly said. Then she prepared to persuade Ling Mofeng. However, Ling Mofeng looked surprised. You're Ling Xiao who just joined? Chapter 1564. You know me. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Mofeng in surprise. When he came to the Azurewind Alliance, there were indeed quite a number of people who saw him before. But the people who could call out his name were absolutely not many. Yu Xiaofeng and the others beside Ling Mofeng were even more surprised. They did not understand how their eldest senior brother knew this person. However, they were not afraid. They believed that even if their eldest senior brother knew this person, he would still protect them and avenge them. Haha. How can I not recognize the Alliance badge that the Alliance leader personally brought back and Deputy Alliance leader Ning personally arranged for you? Ling Mofeng laughed wildly and said, I am Ling Mofeng. My father, Ling Fengyi, I believe you have met him before. So it's the son of Deputy Alliance leader Ling. My apologies. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Ling Mofeng and said with a smile. He paused for a moment and said, By the way, brother Ling, You are here to capture me, right? Do you know the reason? I have heard from my junior brother. Although you were brought back by the alliance leader, you still have to be punished for breaking the alliance rules. Ling Mofing responded. Then he glanced at his junior brother and said, However, I believe that Brother Ling will not cause trouble since you have just arrived. I am afraid that my junior brother has offended you. Junior brother, tell me the situation again and confront Brother Ling. No matter who is right or wrong, I will not forgive him. Yu Xiaofeng and the others did not expect their eldest senior brother to change his stance and settle the matter fairly. This was beyond their expectations. No matter how stupid they were, they could tell from Ling Mofeng's words that Ling Zhao's background wasn't simple. He was able to attract the attention of the two leaders. It seemed like their plan had failed and they would be punished by Ling Mofeng. This is a misunderstanding between little junior sister and I. This brother is here to persuade us. It is not a big deal. Yu Xiaofeng said awkwardly. No matter what, Yu Xiaofeng could not say that he wanted to rape Lu Piapiao. He also knew that his eldest senior brother was a fair person. Although he was sometimes very protective, he was also very reasonable at other times. What's more, the two people in front of him had great backgrounds. If Ling Xiao was a newcomer who had just entered without any background, his eldest senior brother would definitely not make such a decision. Is it really a misunderstanding? Ling Mofing glared at Yu Xiaofeng. He understood his junior brother's character. At his current realm, he could not calm down at all. He had long heard of all the ridiculous things he had done. However, Yu Xiaofeng was the son of one of his father's deceased brothers. He was very fond of Yu Xiaofeng, so he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. However, since Ling Xiao had returned with the current alliance master, Feng Qingyang, and was warmly received by the deputy alliance master, Ning Chenggang, it was only natural that he carried a lot of weight. He had heard from his father that Ling Xiao was the descendant of a senior who had founded the Qingfeng alliance with their alliance master in the past. He was an important person to be taken care of. Moreover, Lu Piapiao was the disciple of the alliance master's younger sister. Although she was recognized by the alliance master, his father already felt that it was most likely true. Just based on these connections, Ling Mofing had to take care of him. At this time Ling Xiao said, Brother Ling, let's forget about this matter. It should be considered a misunderstanding. After all, I have just joined the alliance and there are many things I don't understand. Please forgive me. After a pause he said, Sister Piapiao and I are old acquaintances. It's just that we haven't seen each other for many years, so I'm a little excited. Please take care of us in the future. Well said. Since Brother Ling and junior sister are old acquaintances, it seems that you and our Qingfeng alliance are fated to meet. Why don't I be the host and have a good drink? Let's put this matter behind us. In the future, we will be allies and should help each other. Ling Mofing knew that Ling Xiao didn't intend to pursue this matter, and felt that Ling Xiao was quite broad-minded. He immediately suggested with a bright smile. Ling Xiao had just entered the Qingfeng alliance, and didn't want to have a deep relationship with anyone. However, he didn't want to offend Ling Mofing right now, so he immediately nodded and agreed. Ling Xiao also planned to bury the hatchet with Yu Xiaofeng and the others. It all depended on whether they would take the bait or not. With Ling Mofing as the middleman, Yu Xiaofeng and the others restrained their arrogance. Besides, Ling Zhao's strength made them afraid, and his background also made them feel that they couldn't afford to offend him. It was better to be on good terms with him than to be at odds with him. After all, people who had reached their realm knew their limits. It was not something that could be solved with loyalty. Unless they thought that they could openly challenge the two alliance masters, perhaps they could act without looking at Ling Mofing's face. Through their interactions, Ling Xiao had a good impression of Ling Mofing. He felt that this person was very understanding of how to deal with people. His words were very steady, but he didn't lose his closeness. This made people feel that they weren't too distant. At the banquet, Yu Xiaofeng completely put down his pride and apologized to Lu Piapiao. This matter was considered to have been settled. After a round of drinking, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had settled the matter perfectly. They had also begun to integrate into the Qingfeng Alliance's circle. After the banquet, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao finally had some time alone. Lu Piapiao had a place to stay here. Ling Xiao followed her there, and told her about some of what had happened over the years. Although Lu Piapiao was cold to others, she opened a topic for the first time when she saw Ling Xiao again. She briefly explained her situation. Ling Xiao knew that after the two of them had separated, Lu Piapiao had gone to find her master. Later, the master and disciple had reunited, and she had been brought to the extraterritorial realm by her master. It was only then that she knew that her master was looking for her brother. She said that she had already heard the news. It turned out that it was the current leader of the Qingfeng Alliance, Feng Qingyang. Therefore, her master had planned to bring her to the Blue Moon space to seek shelter with her master's brother. However, after coming here, she found out that her master's brother had been traveling for many years and hadn't returned. In order to see her brother as soon as possible, her master had finally gone out with the people of the Qingfeng Alliance to inquire about the news, and had yet to return. Then, she unintentionally heard the news that Ling Xiao was wanted. Therefore, she wanted to go out and inquire about it. That was how the subsequent events had happened. Subsequently, Lu Piapiao also asked about Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also gave her a brief account of what had happened. Unintentionally, the relationship between the two had improved a lot. It was indeed a very happy thing to meet an old friend in a foreign land. By the way, why did you come to the extraterritorial realm this time? Don't tell me you just came out to train? Lu Piapiao asked curiously. Ling Xiao didn't mention why he came here. However, she felt that Ling Xiao didn't just want to break through the region path. I want to find the Genesis Stone. Ling Xiao didn't hide anything from Lu Piapiao and answered directly. Then he sighed and said, "It's a pity that I don't have any clue." You want to find the Genesis Stone? This is something that any supreme martial artist would want. However, it's very difficult to find. It's a divine item that can only be found by chance. Lu Piapiao replied with a slight frown. Yes, but I must find it. I have a great use for it. Ling Xiao said very seriously. If he didn't receive any news from Yuan Zhantian, he would first rush to the 9-colored exquisite tree to help it eliminate the heaven-devouring locust, and collect the wood Genesis Stone. What kind of Genesis Stone are you looking for? Lu Piapiao asked again. I want any kind of Genesis Stone. Of course, I lack the thunder, wind, light, dark, and wood Genesis Stones. Ling Xiao replied. Lu Piapiao didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a big appetite. He actually wanted many kinds of Genesis Stones. This was a rare divine item that only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Do you think it's unrealistic? Actually, I think so too. However, no matter what, I have to collect them and wait to save people. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Piapiao, who was in a daze, and said with a bitter smile, "Wait to save people?" Lu Piapiao was even more confused now. She had never heard that the Genesis Stone could be used to save people. Let's not talk about this. I will leave in a few days. Do you have any plans? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Piapiao and asked. Ling Xiao hoped that Lu Piapiao could follow him and travel around. At the same time, they could improve their relationship and talk about life to kill time. However, his journey was full of danger. How could he let Lu Piapiao take the risk with him? He only thought about it in his heart. Lu Piapiao blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I want to wait here for my master to return before I plan to return to the heaven region. Now, I don't have any plans for the time being. She thought that since Ling Xiao wasn't in the heaven region, it was meaningless for her to return. She wanted to say that she wanted to travel with Ling Xiao, but she was too shy to say such words. It's actually good for people who have reached your realm to cultivate here. By the way, since the chief is your master's brother, have you seen him? Ling Xiao changed the topic. Lu Piapiao shook her head and said, No, I have been here for more than 10 years. The Alliance Master only returned recently. By the way, I heard from eldest senior brother that the Alliance Master came back with you. Is this true? Ling Xiao nodded and said, Of course it's true. That old man is not bad. He's quite loyal. Don't say that. If others heard it, they would definitely punish you for being disrespectful. Lu Piapiao rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, Can you help me tell the chief something? Sure, say it. I can find Senior Feng at any time. Ling Xiao immediately patted his chest and replied, Then help me tell him that Feng Lanling is looking for him. Tell him not to leave the alliance for a while. Lu Piapiao said very solemnly. Feng Lanling is your master? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, it's my master. I have already used a secret method to inform her. I believe she is already on her way back. I'm afraid that the chief will leave again and make my master's trip in vain. Lu Piapiao replied. Ling Xiao understood that Feng Lanling and Feng Qingyang might be separated siblings. Otherwise, Feng Lanling wouldn't have brought Lu Piapiao over to reunite with her. It's just a small matter. I will pass the message for you. Ling Xiao agreed without hesitation. Chapter 1565. When Ling Xiao saw Feng Qingyang again, Feng Qingyang shot him a meaningful look and said, You sure know how to stir up trouble, kid. I heard that you even killed our people yesterday. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because of this old man's name? Anyone else would have been frightened by Feng Qingyang's question, but not Ling Xiao, because he did not care about his position in the Qingfeng alliance. At most, he would just leave. Senior Feng, when someone wants to kill you, will you fight back and kill them? Besides, they wanted to kill my friend. I only killed one of them out of respect for you. Otherwise, all of you would be dead. Ling Xiao said calmly. So you're saying that you're in the right? Feng Qingyang's eyes gleamed coldly. Do you think that I'm in the right only if they kill me? Ling Xiao retorted. Haha, you're a tough one. How dare you talk back to me? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Feng Qingyang retracted his aura and laughed. Senior, if you want to kill me, why wait until now? You only need to give the order, and I won't see you again. Ling Xiao replied with a smile. You're quite smart. You've already thought so far ahead, Feng Qingyang praised. Then he asked, Are you here to bid me farewell? Senior Feng, do you know Feng Lanling? Ling Xiao asked casually. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura pressing down on him, making him feel suffocated and uncomfortable. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Qingyang, who was surrounded by a green glow. Feng Qingyang stared at him and said, Where have you heard of this name before? Ling Xiao wanted to answer, but he found that he could not open his mouth. His body was bent over by the terrifying aura. This old man is really scary. I'll die if this goes on. Ling Xiao said anxiously in his mind. Phew. Feng Qingyang realized that he had lost his composure, so he quickly heaved a sigh of relief. He retracted half of his aura and said, Tell me everything you know, don't let anything slip. Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Feng Lanling had clearly met with the Deputy Alliance Master, Ling Fengyi. Now that Feng Qingyang had returned, Ling Fengyi should have informed him about this matter first. Why did Feng Qingyang seem to be in the dark? Did you forget? Or are you deliberately hiding it? Ling Xiao guessed, then said, It's Feng Lanling's disciple who asked me to tell you not to leave the league for the time being. Feng Lanling is on her way back. Are you serious? Feng Qingyang said with a joyful expression. Of course, her disciple is now in the league. Senior Feng Lanling must have come to see you before, and it was Deputy Alliance Master who received her. Didn't he tell you about this? Ling Xiao pretended to be surprised and replied. I see. No wonder Feng Yi said that he had something to discuss with me 2 days ago, but he was delayed by some other matters. What a muddle-headed old man. Quick, bring me to see my sister's disciple. I didn't expect her to be alive. Ah, God bless my Feng clan. God bless my little sister. Feng Qingyang laughed with tears of joy. From Feng Qingyang's tone, Ling Xiao knew that Lu Piapiao's master was really his biological sister. Looking at Feng Qingyang's lost composure, Ling Xiao was touched. Many experts had become indifferent to their emotions as they advanced in their realms, but this senior Feng had never forgotten about it. It was clear that he was a man of affection and righteousness. At the same time, his suspicion of Ling Fengyi had diminished. It seemed that he had misunderstood. With Ling Zhao's help, Lu Piapiao was finally able to see Feng Qingyang. After that, Lu Piapiao showed some of Feng Lanling's keepsakes to Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang could not suppress his yearning for her for so many years, and he burst into tears like a child. Men do not cry easily, because their love has not reached its peak. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were so touched that their eyes became moist. Later, Feng Qingyang asked Lu Piapiao to stay behind alone, and the two talked for a long time. As for what they talked about, Ling Xiao did not know. Ling Xiao took advantage of his free time to look for Ning Qinggang, and asked if there was any news about Yuan Zhantian. Ning Qinggang had already sent people to look for him personally, but there was still no news. Ling Xiao could not help but feel anxious, afraid that something had happened to Yuan Zhantian. However, the extraterritorial domain was too big, and it was not easy to find someone. Ling Xiao, don't worry about this. I have already asked others to pay attention to everything about your friend. Even if he is not in the blue moon space but somewhere else, once there is news, it will come back. Ning Qinggang saw through Ling Xiao's concerns and tried to persuade him. Thank you, Elder Ning. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and thanked him. This old man had indeed taken good care of him, and Ling Xiao engraved all of this in his heart. Don't be so courteous with me. If there's anything you need my help with, just tell me. Otherwise, when boss comes back, he'll blame me for not taking good care of you. Ning Qinggang said with a smile. Then he asked, I heard that you and Feng Yi's disciple got into some trouble? Do you want me to talk to him? There is no need to trouble you with such a small matter. I have already solved it. Ling Xiao replied. Then he asked, Oh right, Elder Ning, do you have any Genesis stones? Good boy, you actually have this idea. Unfortunately, I have been searching for many years and have not found a single Genesis stone. This is something that can only be found in a pure forbidden space. No matter where it is very rare. Ning Qinggang smiled bitterly. Oh, I was just asking. This thing is indeed not easy to find, but I wonder if there is any force in the blue moon space that has it? Ling Xiao said with some disappointment. Ning Qinggang did not answer, but asked instead, What do you want this Genesis stone for? Hee, of course it is very useful. Ling Xiao laughed, trying to keep Ning Qinggang in suspense. You sly little fellow. Ning Qinggang scolded him with a smile. He also knew that Ling Xiao was still on guard against him. After all, they had just met, so it was reasonable. The strongest force in the blue moon space is our Qingfeng Union. If we don't have it, it is even more difficult for others to have it. So, I don't have the Genesis stone that you want, but it doesn't mean that our Qingfeng Union doesn't have it. As far as I know, Union Master Feng has a Wind Genesis stone. However, it is not easy to get it from him. Ning Qinggang said. Elder Feng has a Genesis stone? Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. Ning Qinggang nodded and said, It is good that you know this. Don't tell anyone that I told you. Otherwise, I will be scolded. Haha, thank you so much, Elder Ning. I will definitely not tell anyone. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Yes, no matter who has the Genesis stone, they will not be willing to take it out easily. However, Union Master Feng's strength has reached the peak, so he can't use it anymore. He has been suppressing it in the Union for others to use. Unless he has extra Genesis stones, don't even think about getting it from him. I have told you everything I know. Just wait and see. Ning Qinggang reminded. Yes, I understand. Ling Xiao happily replied. Then he said, Elder Ning treats me like a junior. Then Ling Xiao will be bold enough to call you Elder Ning in the future. I hope you don't mind. Ling Xiao also knew that this old man really cared about him, and he could feel his sincerity. So Ling Xiao followed the favor and changed the way he addressed Ning Qinggang. It could be considered that he recognized Ning Qinggang as a family member. Before this, Ning Qinggang could only be considered a friend of the older generation, an acquaintance. He couldn't be considered a close friend, let alone a family member. Ning Qinggang listened to Ling Xiao and smiled with satisfaction. Haha, good. Good boy. Come here, I have a small gift for you. Although it can't be compared to the Genesis stone, it is still something rare. Ning Qinggang took out a spatial ring. It was obviously a gift that he had prepared for Ling Xiao. He only gave it to Ling Xiao after he got Ling Xiao's approval. Ling Xiao respectfully received it and thanked him. Thank you, Elder Ning. Haha, we are family, there is no need to be polite. Ning Qinggang laughed happily and then said, I will ask Union Master Feng about the Genesis stone for you. He should give me some face. Okay, then you can ask Senior Feng for me first. If it doesn't work, then let me talk to him. We can discuss any conditions. Ling Xiao was naturally willing to do this. After a few days, Ning Qinggang finally told Feng Qingyang that Ling Xiao needed the Genesis Stone. The Genesis Stone was a top divine item of any big force. Of course, Feng Qingyang didn't want to give in at first. He had rejected Ning Qingyang's suggestion. However, Lu Piapiao spoke for Ling Xiao, so Feng Qingyang changed his stance. Lu Piapiao was his sister's only disciple. Feng Qingyang loved her so much that he kept her by his side and taught her personally. He also ordered Yu Xiaofeng and the others who wanted to humiliate Lu Piapiao. Therefore, Lu Piapiao's words were quite useful in Qingfeng Alliance and Feng Qingyang. Thus, Ling Xiao was summoned by Feng Qingyang again. "Boy Ling, do you know what the Genesis Stone is? You sure have a big appetite." Feng Qingyang said to Ling Xiao without beating around the bush. "Of course I know. However, I came to the outer space to look for all kinds of Genesis Stones. I met Senior Feng in the space of storms, and I was also looking for the Genesis Stone. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it. If Senior Feng has an extra one, I hope you can exchange it with me. I can pay any price." Ling Xiao said seriously. "Any price? Including letting you stay here?" Feng Qingyang smiled faintly. Of course, this doesn't include me." Ling Xiao hesitated for a while before replying. Then he thought to himself, "I only sell my skills, not my body. Then, what do you have that can tempt me?" Feng Qingyang asked with interest. Ling Xiao was stunned by the question. Indeed, Feng Qingyang had reached this realm. What else did he lack? Ling Xiao hesitated for a while before asking, "Is there a supreme drug deity in Qingfeng Alliance?" "There is no supreme drug deity in our alliance. Why do you ask? Could it be that you want supreme god elixirs? I have a few here. For the sake of Qinggang and Piapiao, I can give you one." Feng Qingyang replied generously. "That's not it. Since there is no supreme drug deity in the alliance, how about I refine dozens or hundreds of supreme god elixirs for you in exchange for the Genesis Stone?" Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Chapter 1566. Inside the main hall of the Qingfeng Alliance. Feng Qingyang, Ning Qinggang, and Lu Piapiao were stunned when they heard Ling Xiao's words. After a while, Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang smiled faintly. Ning Qinggang said, "Ling Xiao, don't talk nonsense. This is not a joke." I'm not joking. I'm serious. I can refine supreme divinity pills." Ling Xiao replied seriously. The more Ling Xiao said so, the more Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang didn't believe him. They thought that Ling Xiao was bragging. At this time, Lu Piapiao said he can refine pills. "I can prove it." Piapiao, even if he knows how to refine elixirs, he can only refine some ordinary elixirs. Supreme divinity pellets are not common goods. There are only a few supreme divinity pellets in our blue moon space. This shows how rare supreme divinity pellets are. Every one of them is extremely arrogant. It's not easy to win them over. If this kid is a supreme divinity pellet, it's not impossible for me to give him the Genesis Stone. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao was a supreme divinity pill, so he made a promise casually. "Senior Feng, are you serious?" Ling Xiao exclaimed. "Haha, of course I will take my word seriously. However, it will depend on whether you have the ability to do so." Feng Qingyang laughed. Ning Qinggang shouted at Ling Xiao, "Ling Xiao, stop fooling around. Don't worry, Venerable Ning. I really am the supreme alchemy god. Take out a supreme alchemy ingredient, and I'll refine it for you right now. Action is the most practical thing," Ling Xiao said with confidence. He thought to himself, "Is it because I'm too honest that no one believes me? What a headache." Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang were moved when they heard Ling Xiao's serious words. It didn't seem like he was joking. At this time, Lu Piapiao said, "When I first met him, he was only a king god, but he was already a divine apothecary. Martial Uncle Feng, I'm afraid you will lose the Genesis Stone." Upon hearing Lu Piapiao's words, Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang opened their mouths wide, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. However, they gave Ling Xiao a portion of the Supreme God Pill's ingredients and finally witnessed Ling Xiao's alchemy level. They finally believed that Ling Xiao did not lie to them and was a genuine Supreme Alchemy God. This kid is too abnormal. Not only does he cultivate multiple attributes, but he is also a supreme alchemy god. Look at how old he is. He's not even 200 years old. I really wonder who could have given birth to such a monster. Feng Qingyang lamented. Ning Qinggang smiled and said, haha yeah. This kid is worthy of being absolute beginning's descendant. He's a treasure. Kim people are willing to let him go alone to find the Genesis stone. Feng Qingyang sighed softly and said, this kid is not alone. He had seen Ling Xiao's methods. If anyone thought that Ling Xiao was alone and wanted to bully this kid, they would definitely be in big trouble. Alliance leader, you can't go back on your words. You have to give this kid the Genesis stone. Ning Qinggang laughed and said. Feng Qingyang's face twitched. He still had a Wind Genesis stone, but if he were to give it away like this, it would be very painful. Can't he refine some supreme elixirs for us? You and Feng Yi should go and prepare. Ask the others to bring me the supreme celestial materials. We can't give this kid the Genesis stone so easily. Feng Qingyang was bewildered. He could only try his best to extract more value from Ling Xiao. Looking at Feng Qingyang's painful expression, Lu Piapiao couldn't help but smile faintly. It was extremely beautiful. In the next few months, Ling Xiao abandoned all distracting thoughts and began to refine Supreme God elixirs for Qingfeng Alliance, so that he could obtain the Wind Genesis stone as soon as possible. The day Ling Xiao came out of his closed-door cultivation was also the day he finally saw Lu Piapiao's master. She looked like a dignified and cold, beautiful woman. Her temperament was almost the same as Lu Piapiao's. No wonder Lu Piapiao was trained to be such a cold beauty. However, Feng Lanling knew that Ling Xiao was not only the savior of her disciple, but also the admiration of her elder brother. Therefore, she showed a faint and friendly smile to Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao greeted her, he handed over the Supreme God elixirs to Feng Qingyang. At this time, the higher-ups of Qingfeng Alliance knew that Ling Xiao was also a Supreme God elixir. They all came to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. They finally understood why Ling Xiao was so warmly taken care of by their alliance leader. It turned out that he was a rare Supreme God elixir. If they knew that Feng Qingyang had brought back a Supreme Divine Alchemist by accident, what kind of expression would they have? Senior Feng, I have refined all the Supreme God elixirs you wanted. Shouldn't you give me the Genesis stone? Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and smiled. Kid, why are you in such a hurry? Let me check the goods first. Feng Qingyang shouted. He was undoubtedly very reluctant to take out the Genesis stone. This was a divine item that he had kept for many years. He had never been willing to take it out. Now he had to accept the reality and take it out to Ling Xiao. Senior Feng, it's a bit unreasonable to exchange these Supreme God elixirs for the Genesis stone. Let me give you something else. I believe you won't feel that it's a loss. Ling Xiao said and took out the Divine Black Wind Stone. As soon as the Divine Black Wind Stone appeared, everyone present stood up in shock. Even Feng Qingyang, who was a peak Supreme Master, was moved. This is the Divine Black Wind Stone. Kid, you actually obtained such a divine item in the space of storms. Feng Qingyang exclaimed. Previously, he had entered the space of storms to search for such a divine item. However, the black storm was too terrifying. Even he did not dare to approach it. That was a kind of world-destroying power. Even he was not sure that he could withstand it. However, Ling Xiao had such a lucky chance to obtain this divine black wind stone. It was simply unbelievable. Haha, good. These Supreme God elixirs and this divine black wind stone are worth my Genesis stone. Feng Qingyang laughed happily. Although the divine black wind stone was not as good as the Genesis stone, it was almost the same. Most importantly, it could allow people to condense black wind, which could increase the fighting power of any warrior with wind attribute. Feng Qingyang might not be able to use it, but he still had his sister, his sister's disciple, or his disciple. As for the loss of the Genesis stone, it did not matter. After all, he had made his promise. Moreover, the Qingfeng Alliance still had one, which was enough. Now that he could obtain this divine black wind stone, he did not feel so distressed anymore. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyang traded. Both of them got what they wanted, so it was a happy ending. Especially Ling Xiao, who had obtained a wind attribute Genesis stone so smoothly. This was definitely an unexpected gain. As long as he obtained the wood attribute Genesis stone, he would only need to collect 3 types of Genesis stones. Then he would be one step closer to his plan to rescue the forefather. As for the divine black wind stone, it did not matter anymore. Anyway, the innate chilling wind bead in his sea of consciousness had evolved and possessed the divine power of the black wind. It was temporarily useless, so he might as well exchange it for the Genesis stone. Moreover, he still had a golden dragon wind stone, which was very useful. Thus, he did not exchange it for the Genesis stone. After obtaining the Genesis stone, Ling Xiao asked Ning Qinggang about Yuan Zhantian. Unfortunately, there was still no news about him. He could not help but feel anxious. Finally, he guessed that Yuan Zhantian might be the same as him. Perhaps he had entered a dangerous space and could not come out for a while. Ling Xiao did not have time to wait any longer. He decided to bid farewell and go to the 9-colored exquisite tree. However, before that, Feng Qingyang and Ning Qinggang advised Ling Xiao to stay in the Qingfeng alliance. With his identity as an alchemy divine master, he could definitely become the most honorable person. However, Ling Xiao directly rejected them. He was not interested in these things. He only wanted to find the other kinds of Genesis stones as soon as possible and rescue his forefather. Then he could plan other things. By the way, Senior Feng, do you know any places with light, dark, or thunder attribute Genesis stones? Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask. Feng Qingyang was experienced and knowledgeable. He should have gone through many dangerous places. He believed that he knew some special spaces that might have Genesis stones. That way, he would not need to waste a lot of time and effort to find them. Kid, why do you want to find so many Genesis stones? Could it be that you also cultivate light, dark, or thunder attributes? Feng Qingyang asked suspiciously. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, No, I just need them. If Senior knows, please tell me. At this moment, Ning Qinggang said, If you want to find the Genesis source stone, you have to find it in that pure space. Moreover, it's extremely dangerous inside that space. You shouldn't think about it. It's not worth losing your life for it. Don't worry, Senior Ning. Our lives are the most important. We will not act rashly. Ling Xiao felt Ning Qingyang's concern and immediately looked at him gratefully. As far as I know, the Demon Tiger tribe and the Bird tribe have the primordial stones of dark and light. As for the Thunder primordial stone, I know where to find it. That place is the primordial thunder space. Even I will die if I go there. I advise you to give up on that idea. Feng Qingyang said seriously. Chaotic thunder space. Ling Xiao took a cold breath and said, This was one of the most terrifying spaces in the world. And anyone who wasn't a top-notch sovereign would definitely die if they entered. No one could endure the violent bombardment of the chaotic heavenly lightning. And even the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on his head wouldn't be able to withstand the bombardment of the chaotic heavenly lightning. It was said that only the top-level supreme masters with the heavenly thunder divine body could enter that space freely. Warriors with the thunder attribute were rare. And those with the heavenly thunder divine body were even rarer. How many of them could reach the top-level supreme master realm? The Demon Tiger tribe has always had some conflicts with the Kim people. The Bird tribe is even more arrogant. The foundation of these two tribes is beyond your imagination. It is as difficult as climbing up to the sky to get the Genesis stones in their territories. Feng Qingyang sighed and said, However, for Taichu's sake, I will use the connections of the Green Wind Alliance to help you spread the news. Maybe someone wants to trade with you. In that case, many thanks to Senior Wind. Ling Xiao bowed and said. Chapter 1567. With Feng Qingyang's promise and Ning Qinggang's help to keep an eye on Yuan Zhantian's whereabouts, Ling Xiao could continue his journey with peace of mind. However, before they left, Lu Piapiao said that she wanted to travel with Ling Xiao. At first, Feng Lanling strongly opposed it. She felt that Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were too weak, and Ling Xiao was not strong enough to protect Lu Piapiao. Ling Xiao was also afraid that something would happen to Lu Piapiao. He did not dare to agree to Lu Piapiao's request. Although he wanted this beauty to follow him, it was not a joke now. He might be in danger at any time. If something really happened, he did not want to implicate others. However, Feng Qingyang expressed his support for Lu Piapiao to follow Ling Xiao. This time, not only was Ling Xiao surprised, even Feng Lanling had a puzzled look on her face. Ling Xiao, I know what you are capable of. It is not a problem to protect one person, right? Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao and said playfully. Ling Xiao met Feng Qingyang's gaze with a flash of shyness. He felt that he had been seen through by Feng Qingyang and had no secrets left. It is okay to protect one person, but... Ling Xiao hurriedly replied. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Feng Qingyang. That's enough. I trust that you will not let anything happen to Piapiao, right? Just as Ling Xiao was still hesitating, Lu Piapiao replied decisively. Don't worry, I will not be a burden to you. Since she had said so, Ling Xiao had no reason to reject her. That would hurt her feelings. All right, I will bring you along, but you must listen to my instructions. Once there is any danger, I will send someone to escort you back. Ling Xiao replied helplessly. At this time, Lu Piapiao revealed an imperceptible smile. Before leaving, Feng Qingyang called Lu Piapiao over for a chat and gave her some life-saving magical items. Although he believed in Ling Xiao's abilities, he didn't want his sister's only disciple to die on the domain path. After staying in the Cyan Moon space for about half a year, Ling Xiao finally set off on another journey with his beauty. Big brother, why are you so assured to let Piao Piao follow that kid to the domain path? Feng Lanling said with some dissatisfaction. Hee, can't you see that these two kids are in love with each other? Feng Qingyang said with a faint smile. So what? Are we going to let Piapiao take the risk with him? Feng Lanling replied. Taking risks is also an opportunity. I also believe that the boy can turn misfortune into fortune, and won't let Piapiao take risks. Besides, the things I gave Piapiao are enough for her to protect herself. You can rest assured, Feng Qingyang said. Then he added, I'll arrange for the people in the alliance to take care of them along the way. Moreover, this kid is the weirdest guy I've ever seen. His tricks can surprise anyone. Don't be stingy with him. Hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Feng Lanling couldn't say anything more. She only hoped that her disciple would return safely in the near future. Ling Xiao took Lu Piapiao with him on their journey. This made him feel a little more relaxed and happy on this lonely journey. Lu Piapiao was originally cold and taciturn. However, after being with Ling Xiao, she became much more cheerful. She was able to listen to Ling Xiao talk about all kinds of interesting things with great relish. From time to time, she would smile in amazement, which made Ling Xiao fall head over heels for her. He exclaimed that she was beautiful. After being praised by Ling Xiao, Lu Piapiao's face would always turn a little rosy. This really added a lot of color to the endless domain path. Originally, Ling Xiao was worried that he would be chased by the people of the Red Snake Gang, or be robbed by other plunderers. However, after walking for a long distance, they were not chased by anyone. Even if they occasionally met some supreme martial artists, they would avoid them in advance. They did not intend to have any entanglement with them. Ling Xiao felt that the people of the Red Snake Gang were afraid of him. No one dared to find trouble with them. This made him feel that it was a pity that he could no longer control the puppets. Without the divine soul to absorb and strengthen his divine soul, his wish to quickly strengthen his divine soul would be dashed. Moreover, he could not simply kill people to snatch and devour their divine souls. This really made Ling Xiao feel conflicted and depressed. If others knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, they would probably want to kill him with a piece of tofu. Other people were afraid of being chased by someone, but this guy actually hoped that someone would come after him. He was simply a masochist. The two of them walked for nearly a year. They passed by many land space stations and many dangerous places. The relationship between the two of them progressed by leaps and bounds. They were already a lot more casual. In addition, the various holy beasts that accompanied Ling Xiao had obvious improvements, especially Xiao Jin and the Muscle Man. They were both of the metal and wind attributes. With the help of the Golden Dragon's Wind Stone, they absorbed the essence of the Genesis energy day and night, and swallowed many beast cores. They had reached the upper and peak of the 10th level respectively. They had caught up with the Prodigal's current realm. The Dragon Horse had also advanced a level and reached the upper 10th level. These holy beasts would have to see which of them reached the 11th level first. By then they would be able to fly freely in the outer realm. However, it would not be easy for them to advance to such a crucial level. Ling Xiao did not want to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. Hence, he let them wait for a few years before letting them swallow the 11th level beast cores. Otherwise, they would not be able to take it. However, the prodigal was still abnormal. He could already swallow the 11th level beast cores. He was also slowly swallowing the purple-black fire to increase his firepower. However, he still had not broken through to the 11th level. He was a freak. As for Dragon 5th, he had also started to increase his strength. He used to think that he was very strong. However, ever since the battle with the few high-level supreme martial artists, he realized that he had underestimated those humans and the other races in this world. He had absorbed many of the metal attribute powers in the outer realm, but his strength still did not increase. The requirements of a holy beast were incomparable to those of other holy beasts. Even if Dragon 5th wanted to speed up his advancement, he would not be able to do it in such a short period of time. As for Ling Xiao, he had previously received the feedback from the Khanate Sinister Wind Pearl. He had also reached the peak of the low-level Supreme Martial Artist realm. He already had the ability to break through to the middle level at any time. However, he was waiting for an opportunity. He wanted to wait for a few more days so that it would be safer and safer for him to break through. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had already walked far away. Ling Xiao realized that he had not reached the place indicated by the exquisite leaf. He could not help but feel anxious. Ling Xiao, where are you going? This direction is close to the Winged Men tribe's light space. Are you going to snatch their light attribute Genesis stone? Lu Piapiao asked. Oh, the Winged Men tribe's light space is in this direction? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. He knew that the Winged Men tribe lived in the East Region Road. However, he did not know the specific location. Yes, I have heard from others that it is in this direction, Lu Piapiao replied. After all, she had come to the outer realm more than 10 years earlier than Ling Xiao. It was normal for her to know more than Ling Xiao. The Winged Men tribe? I really want to see it. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. When he thought about how his great-grandfather had been killed by the Winged Men clan, he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He really wanted to rush up and kill all of them immediately. However, Ling Xiao had heard from Feng Qingyang that if he wasn't absolutely sure, he should not provoke those people. Apparently, the Winged Men tribe wasn't a simple existence. Shi Yin would have to wait until he reached the mid-level of the Great Master realm. Ling Xiao wasn't the impulsive and loyal young man he used to be. He knew how to be patient now. Thus, he wouldn't risk his life like that anymore. He took Lu Piapiao to avoid the Winged Men tribe's territory and head to the next land space. Every time he passed a land space, he would stop for several days to find some supreme divine materials. It was his habit. There were many supreme incipient god realm experts in these land spaces. They had all kinds of divine materials. Sometimes they would find some divine materials that Ling Xiao liked. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to provoke them. Some things were so coincidental that he couldn't avoid them even if he wanted to. Right when Ling Xiao found some divine materials with light attribute in front of him and wanted to collect them, he coincidentally met two members of the Winged Men tribe. He lowly human, put down the light stone. That's something that only belongs to our god race. It's not something that lowly insects like you can touch. A winged man with the strength of a mid-level sovereign sneered. The two members of the Winged Men tribe were a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was beautiful and alluring. They both had a pair of snow-white wings and a halo above their heads that radiated dazzling light. They looked at Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao with disdain. After all, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were only at the low level, while they were already at the middle level. It would be easy for them to deal with Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao. Moreover, this was their territory. Ling Xiao ignored the two birdmen and put away the light stone. These light stones could be used to forge divine weapons of light attribute. They were also useful to light attribute warriors. In this turbulent space basin, they couldn't appear often. Lowlife, do you know what you're doing? You don't listen to me, Sir Geoffrey. Do you want to die? The male winged man shouted at Ling Xiao with an angry face. At the same time, a mid-level aura dashed towards Ling Xiao like a mountain. Lu Piapiao whispered to Ling Xiao, "Let's go." Although she knew that Ling Xiao was strong, they had to be careful in someone else's territory. Ling Xiao ignored the winged man's aura and said to Lu Piapiao, "There's no hurry. I haven't fought in a long time. I'm a little itchy. Let's start with them." As he finished speaking, Ling Xiao looked at the two winged ones. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and they were like sharp blades. The two winged ones were so frightened by his stare that they started to tremble. "There's something strange about Jeffrey." The female winged man tugged at the male winged man and said worriedly. The male winged man shouted fearlessly, "He's just a low-level expert. I'll sacrifice him later." After saying that, he attacked Ling Xiao. Chapter 1568. The winged tribe had always thought of themselves as the noblest race. They felt that they were born to be gods and called themselves the descendants of gods. Therefore, they had always treated other races as lowly commoners and unworthy of being mentioned in the same breath as them. Therefore, they treated everyone with disdain and arrogance. This also made it easy for them to offend others and make them very unsociable with people from other races. However, it was true that they were born to be favored by the heavens. Not only did they have enchanting appearances, but they also had a pair of beautiful wings that were comparable to the wind attribute. This made it twice as easy for them to cultivate the light attribute. After being ignored by Ling Xiao, the winged tribe person called Jeffrey finally wanted to kill Ling Xiao. His palm reached out to grab Ling Xiao's neck. A sharp claw radiance that was like an eagle's claw brought with it a powerful aura. Ling Xiao did not dodge. A playful smile appeared on his face as a golden dragon fist collided with the white eagle's claw. Rumble. The first clash immediately caused a huge explosion of energy, causing the surroundings to tremble uncontrollably. In this clash, one of the winged tribe people was sent flying. Even his arm was twisted and deformed. So strong. The one who was sent flying was Jeffrey, who had taken the initiative to attack. He held his arm and looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. "Jeffrey, watch out!" The female winged tribe person cried out in alarm. She suddenly charged toward Jeffrey, who had already caught up to Ling Xiao. A white whip flashed in her hand and she lashed out with it, creating a long snake shadow. The female winged person was also a mid-level winged person. Her strength was not weak, and with a single lash of her whip, the space around them began to crack and crumble. If any low-level supreme being were to be hit by this whip, their divine body would immediately shatter. However, no matter how powerful her attack was, it could not be faster than Ling Xiao's Tempest movement technique. Her whip shadow only landed on Ling Xiao's afterimage. Ling Xiao arrived in front of Jeffu in the blink of an eye and blasted a golden fist towards Jeffu. Jaffe was still in a daze from the previous attack, but Ling Xiao immediately appeared in front of him and gave him a very direct punch. He didn't even have time to react. Bang! Jeffrey didn't even have the chance to react before his face exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and several of his front teeth flew out. "How dare you keep calling me a lowly commoner? You're nothing more than this, you birdman. Do you really think you're some divine race? Pah! This empress will beat you until you're no better than a lowly commoner." Ling Xiao was furious. As she shouted, she threw punch after punch at Jeffu. In just a short moment, Jeffrey was beaten into a daze. He did not understand how this lowly commoner could act so quickly. Furthermore, his strength was actually not inferior to a mid-level honorable like him. He wanted to resist, but his divine body was directly smashed. The female winged person wanted to rescue him, but she was entangled by Lu Piapiao. However, Lu Piapiao could only use her speed to restrain the other party. It was impossible for her to fight against the other party. The female winged person had no intention of paying attention to Lu Piapiao. She forcefully broke through Lu Piapiao's obstruction and charged towards Ling Xiao. Her white whip was like a spiritual snake as it twisted towards Ling Xiao. Do you think you can kill me?" Ling Xiao glared at the female winged person and snorted coldly. He did not waste his breath on the female winged person. Instead, he directly used his soul power to attack her consciousness and divine soul. The female winged person felt an unbearable pain in her divine soul. She let go of the white whip in her hand and clutched her head as she screamed in pain. Lu Piapiao hurriedly chased after the female winged person from behind. She attacked the female winged person violently, causing her body to explode again and again. She was on the verge of death. Jefferson was taken down by Ling Xiao in a flash. He did not even have a chance to counterattack before he became a captive in Ling Xiao's hands. Sister Piapiao, let's go. Someone is coming towards us. Ling Xiao controlled Jefferson with one hand and called out to Lu Piapiao. Then they began to flee. The battle just now had probably alerted the people nearby. Whether or not they were from the winged person tribe, Ling Xiao did not want to cause any more trouble. He and Lu Piapiao fled at full speed. Their speed was not inferior to that of a middle-stage supreme martial artist. If it was not for the fact that Ling Xiao had to take care of Lu Piapiao, he would probably have flown even faster. After fleeing for an unknown distance, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao stopped at a suspended rock after he did not sense any other auras. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony. He kept the two winged person tribe as his puppets. In the future, he would have to deal with the winged person tribe, and even the demon tiger tribe. He could not waste these fresh troops. After Ling Xiao controlled the two winged person tribe, he understood how terrifying the winged person tribe was. It turned out that most of the winged person tribe had migrated to the extraterritorial region. Their strength had soared to a terrifying level. Those who remained in the heaven region were only those who had yet to grow up. Their strength was less than 1/5 of the winged person tribe. In addition, there were one or two terrifying existences at the level of the Pope in the winged person tribe. Those were the real top supreme martial artists. Their strength was not inferior to Ning Qinggang or Ling Fengyi. They might even be as strong as Feng Qingyang. Ling Xiao was glad that he did not take the risk to barge into the winged person tribe's territory. Otherwise, he would not know how to spell the word death. Lu Piapiao was quite surprised by Ling Xiao's method of controlling people. She did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a strange secret skill. She really did not know how many more secrets he had. She could not help but want to keep digging. Sister Piapiao, what are you looking at? Could it be that I've become more handsome recently? Ling Xiao touched his face and said shamelessly. Lu Piapiao rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, "You are the most shameless person I have ever seen." Haha, thank you for the compliment, Sister Piapiao. Actually, I am just telling the truth. Ling Xiao laughed proudly. After resting for a while, the two of them set off again. This time, Ling Xiao knew which space the exquisite leaf was pointing to. This was because they knew from the memories of the two winged people that there was a space called the disaster zone after a while in this direction. That place was originally a very beautiful land space, and there were many human martial artists and many sacred beasts living there. However, one day, the heaven-devouring locust disaster occurred. The locusts covered the sky and devoured all the wild forests in that beautiful space. Many warriors and holy beasts died under the hands of these locusts, and the powerful ones were forced to leave their homes. From then on, it became a space plagued by locust plague, and the nearby spaces that had vitality all suffered calamities, causing that space to become a forbidden zone. It was a land of calamity that many people who walked the domain path didn't dare to step into. That space was still a long distance away from where Ling Xiao was. He needed to travel through a lot of space to reach it. A rough estimate was that he would need to fly at full speed for about a year. If he included the time he had to stop midway, it might take about a year and a half to reach that space. Previously, Ling Xiao relied on the exquisite needle to guide him forward. He did not know when the end was and when the destination was. Now he finally had some clues. Presumably, the place where the heaven-devouring locust was located was where the 9-colored exquisite tree was located. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao hurried on at full speed, and did not make too many stops. The latter part of the journey had already passed the area of influence of the Qingfeng alliance. Many plunderers started to appear and attack Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao. However, Ling Xiao could not wait for them to close the door. As long as there were no top-notch supreme martial artists, he was not afraid of any of them. He planned to take them all under his command and turn them into his puppets. Many people thought that Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were just two people on the territory road, and that they were fat sheep that were left alone. Especially Lu Piapiao, who was an unparalleled beauty, attracted the lustful thoughts of those lustful people. In the end, they all met with tragedy. When they were beaten up miserably, they realized that the other party was pretending to be weak to eat the tiger. He was really strong. Originally, there were only two people. Suddenly, there were many more supreme martial artists, which caught them off guard. Along the way, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were besieged many times. However, they were able to win with the help of Ling Xiao's strength and his puppets. After killing and breaking through the obstacles along the way, Ling Xiao's godly soul was already infinitely close to the edge of a breakthrough. His puppet army had also been enriched to more than 50 people. There were dozens of people here. Among them, there were 3 high-level supreme martial artists, 12 middle-level supreme martial artists, and the rest were low-level supreme martial artists. Such a force was enough to make many people tremble in fear. Ling Xiao also used the Supreme God Elixir that he had to increase the number of high-level supreme martial artists and 3 middle-level supreme martial artists. His appearance was even more luxurious and powerful. However, Ling Xiao still felt that these forces were not enough. It was not easy to deal with the heaven-devouring locust. Moreover, he would need to use them to deal with other enemies in the future. Almost half a year had passed. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had already traveled more than half of the journey, and were getting closer to the disaster zone. However, Ling Xiao's heart was getting more and more uneasy. These heaven-devouring locusts were famous for being terrifying. Even if he came with the purple-black fire, he would not be able to burn all these heaven-devouring locusts. If he was not careful and couldn't get rid of these heaven-devouring locusts, then he would be the one to die. Originally, he thought that these heaven-devouring locusts were in one place, gnawing on the 9-color exquisite tree. Now that he thought about it, it was not so simple. There were many heaven-devouring locusts in the nearby spaces. The number of heaven-devouring locusts was probably in the hundreds of millions. Once he stepped into their territory, he would be entangled by them. That would definitely be a disaster. After thinking about it again and again, Ling Xiao decided to continue to enrich his puppet army. He increased the number of people to about 200 before heading to the disaster zone. After making the decision, Ling Xiao took Lu Piapiao to the spaces where the plunderers often appeared. He would let the plunderers come to him for him to kill and control. Ling Xiao's plan was undoubtedly bold and perverted. He actually welcomed the plunderers to plunder. If the plunderers knew about this, they would want to die. Who was the real predator here? Chapter 1569. Above the endless territory roads, in the boundless space, there was a chaotic astral wind in the outer space. Several supreme incipient God realm experts were running away in panic. Their faces were full of fear, as if they had encountered something that terrified them. However, before they could run far, they were surrounded by the supreme experts who had caught up with them. Waves of 5-colored chaotic energy flows and terrifying attacks attacked them. Shortly after, these experts at different realms were half dead. Their god bodies couldn't recover in a short time. A young man riding a black single-horned ghost beast arrived, accompanied by a stunning beauty. Such a combination seemed to be extremely conspicuous in the outerium space. The young man, who was sitting on the ghost beast, rushed over excitedly as if he had just harvested his prey. He restrained all the severely injured supreme beings. Ling Xiao, how many pirates do you want to control before you think it's enough? Lu Piapiao couldn't help but open her red lips and ask. Of course, the more the merrier. These people came to me on their own accord. Keeping them alive would only bring harm to the world. Even though I'm not helping the people, I can still reduce the peace in the domain path. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. As he spoke, he took out the ghost grass and swallowed it. Every time he controlled a supreme incipient god realm expert, he needed to consume a lot of energy. Did you come to the outer space just to do these things? Didn't you want to find the Genesis Stone? Lu Piapiao asked. Finding the Genesis Stone and doing these things don't conflict. Instead, if I control them, I might know the whereabouts of the other Genesis Stones. Moreover, if I control them, it will be safer for us. Ling Xiao explained with a faint smile. Lu Piapiao nodded with understanding. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a bit of brilliance. Ling Xiao wasn't as impatient as others. He already showed the calm and steady temperament that a mature man should have, which made his charm even higher. Lu Piapiao liked this kind of young, mature, and steady man. To be exact, she liked the person in front of her. It seems that there are no more plunderers in this area. Let's go somewhere else. Ling Xiao said to Lu Piapiao. His puppet army had only reached 130 people. This was the number he had killed from 7 or 8 groups of aliens in the area. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the 200 he wanted. However, just as they were about to leave, many auras were rushing towards Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao. Among them, there were a few people who were the fastest. The people this time are very strong. Ling Xiao's divine sense swept across how strong they were, and immediately sensed the situation. He hesitated, wondering if he should flee immediately. Perhaps the enemy was just passing by and not a bandit. For people, each riding a powerful holy beast, rushed over from a different direction. The 4 of them were clearly brothers, as they all looked somewhat similar in terms of appearance. All of them had the appearance of a middle-aged man, but their strength had already reached the high-level sovereign realm. One of them was even a peak sovereign realm expert. His aura was like a tidal wave, and it was extremely powerful. The leader stared at Ling Xiao and said faintly, "I didn't expect to see the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop again after a million years. Haha, it's really easy to get it. This is because the boss is very lucky. If it weren't for the Eye of Heaven, I wouldn't have noticed that there was such a strange boy here. It seems that he has already received the inheritance of that clan. Fortunately, he isn't very strong. We, the Dark Shadow clan, can take him in." Another person echoed with a smile. "Yes, our clan has been declining for many years. We brothers have been wandering in the outer area for many years, looking for many divine items for our clan. I didn't expect to receive such a big gift when we are about to return. Don't talk nonsense. Let me kill both of them." After saying that, one of the 4 people quickly disappeared under the shadow bat he was riding. People from the Dark Shadow clan. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end and he exclaimed. As soon as his voice fell, the person had already crossed the space and landed in front of him. A palm slapped toward him. The speed was so fast that it was invisible and traceless. The Dark Shadow clan's secret skill had been used to the extreme. This person was much stronger than Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao wanted to react, he felt a suffocating pain in his chest. Then his whole body was sent flying, and his divine body began to crack a little. Puff. Ling Xiao spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He was immediately seriously injured. Lu Piapiao was shocked. When she drew her sword to deal with that person, he just raised his hand and sent her flying. Lu Piapiao's combat ability was not bad among those at the same level. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to enter the ranks of the Sunjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. Of course, this had a lot to do with her speed. Her physical defense was much weaker than Ling Xiao's. With the strength of a high-level Supreme Master, one blow was enough to kill her. However, after receiving this blow, she was only sent flying. She wasn't seriously injured like Ling Xiao, whose divine body was cracked. Her whole body was emitting waves of divine light. She was as sacred and inviolable as a moon fairy. You're actually fine? So you're wearing a high-level divine armor. The person was surprised. He ignored Lu Piapiao and continued to attack Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao now took advantage of the breathing space that Lu Piapiao had created for him to recover quickly. When that person from the Dark Shadow clan attacked again, he had already summoned his puppets. A total of 6 high-level Supreme Martial Artists and 10 mid-level Supreme Martial Artists appeared in the blink of an eye. How astonishing was that aura! Kill him! Ling Xiao roared angrily. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, the 16 people attacked that high-level Supreme Master from the Dark Shadow clan with all their strength. When that person from the Dark Shadow clan reacted, he was already sealed by the 16 terrifying auras. It was impossible for him to escape. When his other 3 brothers realized it, the 16 people had already attacked together. 16 Supreme Masters, several types of spatial turbulence powers, and a terrifying power that could destroy everything. No. Rumble. The Supreme Master from the Dark Shadow Clan was immediately drowned by these powers. The 3 people at the back and the dozen or so people who arrived later watched this scene helplessly, and all of them became incomparably terrified. They never thought that such a group of people would suddenly appear. Moreover, each of them had such terrifying strength that they could destroy one of their high-level Supreme Masters together. 4th brother. The Peak Supreme Master roared angrily with his eyes wide open. The other 2 people were also shocked and angry. They never thought that there were more than 2 people in the other party. There was still such a group of people here. Big brother, we must kill them and take revenge for 4th brother. One of them shouted at the person who was guarding. The person who spoke was second in line. His name was Ingji. The big brother was Ingma. The 3rd brother was Ingong. The 4th brother was Ingcheng. The 4 brothers had quite a unique name. It was a pity that only the first 3 people were left. The last one, Ingcheng, had already been destroyed by the joint attack of the 16 people. We must take revenge. Moreover, they don't intend to let us go. Ingma roared angrily. An ancient divine artifact appeared in his hand. He charged toward Ling Zhao's puppet army. The 2 brothers behind him, and the dozen people he had brought with him also dashed over. The 2 groups of people immediately started a fierce battle. This part of the world was directly bombarded. Their energy completely filled the area within 100,000 miles. Countless spaces collapsed. All kinds of turbulent energy constantly attacked. Each flow of energy was full of violent energy. If one didn't have the strength of a Supreme Master or incipient God realm, he would die without a doubt. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had retreated far away. They didn't get involved in this battle. Lu Piapiao screamed in fear. Should we retreat now? What are you afraid of? I was just careless. This time, I will make sure that they won't be able to return. Ling Xiao shouted with a ruthless face. He had never thought that he could meet a Supreme Master or incipient God Realm expert of the Dark Shadow Clan in outer space. From the memories of the Dark Shadow Clan's warriors, he knew that the Dark Shadow Clan didn't have many Supreme Masters. However, in some people's memories, there were 4 ancestors of the Dark Shadow Clan who had gone to outer space to collect a batch of divine materials to bring back to the clan to accelerate their cultivation. However, these 4 ancestors had left for tens of thousands of years and hadn't returned. They all suspected that these 4 ancestors had fallen in outer space. As Ling Xiao saw them today, he was sure that they were the 4 in front of him. Otherwise, they would have recognized the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on his head at first glance. Also, the Dark Shadow secret technique wasn't something that other clans could cultivate. The Dark Shadow Clan and the Soul Clan were enemies. When they met each other, of course, their eyes reddened. Although the Dark Shadow Clan wasn't easy to provoke, Ling Xiao had more than 100 supreme puppets. If he sent all of them out, would he be afraid that he couldn't destroy them? Lu Piapiao knew that Ling Xiao had made up his mind, so she didn't raise any objections. After all, along the way, she had seen too many magical and powerful things that Ling Xiao could rely on. Indeed, they didn't need to be afraid of these people in front of them. However, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were overconfident. The 3 brothers, Ingma, Ingda, and Ingong, had been wandering in outer space for many years and had encountered all kinds of dangers. Their combat power was definitely not ordinary. The reason why Ingcheng was unexpectedly killed was because he had underestimated the enemy. Also, Ling Zhao's group had appeared too suddenly. Naturally, they had caught him off guard and killed him in an instant. Now the 3 brothers, Ingma, Ingda, and Ingong, had entered their strongest state. They had directly killed many of Ling Zhao's supreme puppets. Ling Xiao was surprised to see how fierce they were. He let the ghosts attack them. However, he found that the ghosts' soul power was like mud entering the sea. They couldn't deal with the 3 of them. The 3 of them should have the ability to defend against soul power attacks. These old guys are really hard to deal with. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Chapter 1570. He knew that the Dark Shadow Clan had created a secret technique to defend against soul attacks in order to deal with the soul race. This secret technique was quite useful. Soul race members who were not at the same level as the Dark Shadow Clan could not easily break through their defense. Little brat, Give me my fourth brother's life. The shadow horse held the ancient god weapon in its hand and charged toward Ling Xiao. His aura was as terrifying as the sky. Unless there were 3 high-level supremes stopping him, no one would be able to stop such a powerful existence. He used the dark shadow secret technique and arrived above Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. He then attacked Ling Xiao to kill him. His strength was extremely terrifying. His oppressive aura made it hard for Ling Xiao to breathe. This aura was not any weaker than what Feng Qingyang had given him. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the advantage in numbers. He immediately summoned 30 Supremes and attacked Shadow Horse at the same time. Shadow Horse almost collapsed when he saw the sudden appearance of 30 Supremes. He cursed in his heart. How many people has this little bastard controlled? He even has a divine weapon to hide them. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't kill this little bastard. I'll take all his divine treasures and make them mine. Shadow Horse's strength exploded to the extreme. He kept disappearing in front of the crowd. The next moment, someone would die. In just a short while, 5 or 6 of Ling Xiao's 30 puppets had died. Ling Xiao knew that the other party was too powerful. He had no choice but to summon all of them. More than 100 Supremes, and the 11 sacred beasts suddenly appeared. The Dark Shadow Clan members began to despair. The dozen or so Supremes who followed the 4 Dark Shadow Clan brothers were directly besieged and killed. The 3 brothers Ingma, Ingda, and Inggong were all extremely shocked. Although they were powerful, Ling Xiao had 8 high-level supreme martial artists on his side, as well as so many mid-level and low-level supreme martial artists. How would they have the courage to kill all of them? Moreover, they did not know if the other party had other supremes. Second brother, third brother, you guys leave quickly. I'll meet up with you after I kill this little bastard. Shadow Horse shouted at his brothers. With that, he finally used his final trump card, intending to kill Ling Xiao. No one would be able to accept their own brother being killed on the spot. What's more, the 4 Ma De Gong Cheng brothers had been together through life and death for many years, so their relationship was naturally incomparably strong. The Shadow Horse soared into the sky, and behind it, 8 banner spears appeared. These 8 banner spears emitted a dense elemental energy, and they shot out in 8 different directions. They began to spin rapidly, forming a terrifying aura. Terrifying wind blades continuously shot out, and anyone who got close would immediately be minced into a pool of blood by these 8 banner spears. Swoosh! The 8 spears rotated in 8 different directions, and the power they emitted was incomparably terrifying. Little bastard, give me back my 4th brother's life. Shadow Horse waved his arms unceasingly. The 8 banner spears suddenly gathered from 8 different directions, forming an energy column that was tens of thousands of meters long, shooting towards Ling Xiao. This terrifying energy column directly opened a path. The god bodies of the incipient god realm experts who tried to stop this energy column exploded, and a lot of blood splashed unceasingly. Ling Xiao looked at the light column that suddenly dashed towards him, and his entire body had goosebumps. An unprecedented sense of danger made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice chamber. Even if Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, he did not have any time to dodge this formidable attack. That was because the other party had already locked onto his aura, making it impossible for him to escape at this moment. Ling Xiao could only stare at the light column, and he could not do anything. The other incipient god realm experts who came to help had their god bodies exploded, and the others could not catch up. Watch out! A clear and hurried voice arose in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao felt his entire body fly away, and an earth-shaking explosion reverberated where he stood. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Although Ling Xiao was pushed away, the shockwave still sent him flying far away. His body cracked under the power of the explosion, and the pain was unbearable. Sister! Sister Piao Piao! Ling Xiao immediately remembered who had pushed him away. He couldn't help but scream hoarsely in fear. An indescribable pain attacked his entire body, in just a blink of an eye. The pain on his body was nothing compared to this heartache. Shadow Horse hadn't succeeded in his first attack, and his aura had decreased a lot. Of course, it required a lot of god power to urge such a powerful attack. Anyway, he was at the peak of the Supreme Realm, and his fighting competence was still unparalleled. When he wanted to gather his energy to attack Ling Xiao again, Dozens of incipient God Realm experts immediately launched their merciless attacks to stop him from attacking again. Ingji and Ingong were trying their best to break out of the encirclement. When they saw that Shadow Horse's attack had failed, they immediately fell into the encirclement. The two of them wanted to return and help. Deji, we're coming to help you. Ingji and Ingong shouted in fear. You guys go. Don't mind me. If I want to leave, they can't stop me. Shadow Horse continued to wave the 8 flagpoles, shouting in fear. With these 8 flagpoles, all the incipient God Realm experts couldn't approach him. They could only choose to attack from a distance. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had several high-level Supreme Realm experts on his side. Although they couldn't be compared to Shadow Horse, they could still deal a lot of damage to him. Ingji and Ingong knew their brother's competence. They hesitated for a while, and then decided to try their best to break the siege. Otherwise, they would die here. However, how could Ling Xiao let them go? He was already in the most indignant state. Because Lu Piapiao had disappeared. She might have been smashed into pieces by that attack. After all, Lu Piapiao's competence wasn't as good as his, let alone her defensive ability. The power of a peak Supreme Realm expert's pledge of life was so terrifying. Even if he wore a middle-grade ancient god weapon, he would die without a doubt. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Stay here and die. Ling Xiao's eyes were burning with anger. His energy surged, and an extremely thick murderous aura filled the air. At this moment, his God Soul doppelganger rushed out. This God Soul doppelganger was already on the verge of breaking through. His combat power had increased by 70 times, which was enough to fight against a high-level Supreme Realm expert. Ling Xiao's God Soul didn't chase after Shadow Horse. Instead, he chased after Ingji and Ingong. The two of them dealt with the attacks of Ling Xiao's Supreme Realm puppets, and kept breaking out of the encirclement. They were of the wind attribute, and their speed was extremely fast. When they attacked from the left and right, many terrifying wind blades flew out, forcing the lower-level Supreme Realm experts to retreat. Only the 4 high-level Supreme Realm experts could stop them. However, their shadow secret technique allowed them to hide in the cracks in the space, making it impossible for others to find them. This allowed them to hide further away step by step. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's side had the advantage in numbers, so they didn't immediately get rid of the pursuit. Ling Xiao's God Soul was absolutely unpredictable when it was invisible. Moreover, the two of them were at the most tense moment, so it was even more impossible for them to notice Ling Xiao's approach. Ling Xiao's God Soul approached first with Ingong. He was constantly waving his divine weapon, blocking the attacks that were coming at him. Ingong's defense was extremely strong. The energy sword shadows surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Other than high-level Supreme Realm experts, no one could break through his defense. At this moment, Ling Xiao commanded the 2 high-level Supreme Realm experts to attack Ingong crazily, forcing him to block them with all his strength. His defense also started to show flaws. I'll kill all of you. Ingong was extremely annoyed that he was entangled. He let out a cry and wanted to kill the 2 people in front of him so that he could charge out with all his strength. However, when he used his ultimate technique, Ling Xiao, who had been waiting for an opportunity, finally made his move. Imperial Dragon Heaven Destroying Art's 4th move, Burning Sun Breaking Sun. Ling Xiao blasted out the power of the 9 suns. Dazzling suns descended from the sky and attacked continuously. That power was as terrifying and frightening as the end of the world. The intense 9-colored flames of extreme yang were enough to burn the heavens and evaporate the seas, and break through the sky. Ingong was already unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. The terrifying burning sun energy that suddenly appeared behind him made him feel an extremely strong sense of fear. Without thinking, he shook off the 2 people in front of him, turned around, and slashed at the energy that was already close at hand. However, his counterattack was still half a beat too slow. Previously, he had also expended a lot of god power, so he was not at his peak state. Boom boom boom. The powerful forces collided and released powerful energy waves, causing the people in the surroundings to dodge. Pooh. Ingong only felt that his divine body had been attacked by the power. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he had already lost control of his body. Who is it? Ngong cried out in confusion. However, at this moment, Ling Zhao's two high-level puppets had already raised their ancient god weapons and attacked him. After this move, Ngong started to fall into a disadvantageous position. He was forced into a difficult situation, and it was already impossible for him to break out of the encirclement. He was also like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bow, constantly paying attention to the invisible person. He didn't know when the invisible person would attack him again. His mind was in a mess. He was going to have a tragic ending. Right when he wanted to use the space slit to run away, a two-colored finger light ambushed him from a place he couldn't imagine. This time, it was already too late for him to escape. The side of his body was ruthlessly blasted by the finger radiance. The finger light blended with the two kinds of energy, creating a destructive energy that was too strange and powerful. It burned and melted Ngong's god body, making him scream painfully. Ling Zhao's two supreme puppets seized the chance to attack him one more time. They directly smashed Ngong's body into pieces. Ngong's god soul, which had escaped, was swallowed by Ling Zhao's god soul in just a blink of an eye. The shadow horse and Ngong could feel that something had happened to their third brother. They couldn't help but scream. Third brother. The shadow horse wasn't afraid of death. It urged its god power to the highest realm and dashed towards Ngong's direction. Many incipient god realm experts who were blocking its way exploded. God blood splashed everywhere. Chapter 1571. Ling Xiao had killed two of the four brothers of the Dark Shadow clan, Ma Dao and Gong Cheng. Shadow Horse was on the verge of going berserk. However, his last bit of sanity prevented him from fighting to the death. Those were just puppets. Even if he killed them, it would be useless. It was all because of the kid with the Soul Clan's inheritance. However, he had more than 10 incipient God Realm experts to protect him. For the time being, he couldn't do anything to him. He could only try his best to save his second brother. He would definitely remember this grudge. After all, the Shadow Horse was the most powerful one here. The 8 spears followed it like a shadow. They kept attacking in all directions, forcing Ling Zhao's puppets to dodge. Just as Shadow Horse was about to reach Shadow, Ling Zhao's divine soul doppelganger attacked Shadow in advance. All of you kill my sister Pia Piao. Ling Xiao commanded the supreme puppet masters to resist the attack of the Shadow Horse without any regard for their own lives, while his divine soul launched the fiercest attack on Ing. Shadow sensed the disappearance of his third brother's aura. His mind was extremely unstable. 5 or 6 people besieged him, preventing him from escaping. Suddenly, he was attacked by Ling Zhao's Imperial Dragon Sky Extinguishing Technique. He didn't know what to do. Ling Zhao's fists and palms were like the sky. With a terrifying aura, he smashed Shadow's divine body, which was a high-level supreme expert. When Shadow had recovered his god body and wanted to run away, the other puppets attacked him again. It made him more desperate. He wanted to use the same trick to escape into the space crack. However, Ling Xiao blasted him out of the space crack. Ling Xiao understood the Shadow secret technique. They were just hiding at the edge of the space crack. As long as he could find the flaw, they would have nowhere to hide. Ling Xiao was angry because of Lu Piapiao's death. He used all of his power to the extreme. The power of the Imperial Dragon Sky Extinguishing Technique was earth-shaking. Before Shadow could see who the enemy was, he was smashed. His god soul didn't even have a chance to escape. Ling Xiao swallowed him alive. God damn it! You bastard! I will never let you go! Shadow Horse screamed painfully. He glared at Ling Xiao. He wanted to swallow him alive. You won't let me go. I won't let you go either. You killed my sister Pia Piao. You have to die with her. Ling Xiao was so angry that his eyes were red. In the past 2 years, he and Lu Pia Piao had been together day and night. Their relationship had been developing rapidly. Although they hadn't broken that shackle, it wasn't enough to stop the surging feelings between them. After Ling Xiao had killed Shadow, he summoned all the supreme experts and incipient god realm experts of his to attack the Shadow Horse. The Shadow Horse was indeed very powerful. It swept through the surroundings with its 8 banner spears, and it was wearing a top-grade defensive armor. It was not struck down by so many people in a short period of time. Ling Xiao's spirit was waiting for an opportunity to strike again, but the situation suddenly changed at this moment. The shadow horse took out a crystal heart that was shaped like a heart. Rays of divine light flickered dazzlingly in the surroundings, causing everyone to be unable to look at it directly. The heart of the heavenly eye. This was a rare heaven-defying divine object that could emit the light of the heavenly eye. It could make everyone lose their sight for a short period of time, and it could also illuminate all invisible things or some evil things. As expected, Ling Xiao's spirit could no longer hide under the light of the heaven's eye. His eyes were also pierced by the light, causing him great pain. "So it's you, you little bastard. I'm going to kill you." Ingma had never thought that someone would secretly attack him. When his two younger brothers died inexplicably, he finally realized that someone had ambushed them in the dark. Otherwise, his two brothers would not have died so easily. Shadow Horse found Ling Xiao's god soul. Seizing the chance when the others retreated, he attacked Ling Xiao's god soul. The 8 spears merged into one again. A 10,000-meter-long divine light dashed towards Ling Xiao's god soul. The power of this attack was much more formidable than the previous one. Many spaces were torn apart. Many chaotic energy flows flew everywhere. Many supreme incipient god realm experts had their god bodies explode under this attack. In just a blink of an eye, the power of this attack had reached Ling Xiao's god soul. Although Ling Xiao's divine soul couldn't see outside, he had already sensed a terrifying force approaching. He had already practiced the stormy wind movement technique to the extreme, and he quickly retreated. However, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't dodge this attack. It wasn't easy to dodge the attack of a peak supreme expert to kill someone. "Old fool, you think you can deal with me? Blow him up for me." Ling Xiao's real body was far away, so he could see everything. He didn't want anything bad to happen to his god soul, so he immediately ordered his puppets. The few middle-level supreme beings and low-level supreme beings near the shadow horse charged towards the shadow horse, while the other puppets scattered in all directions. The auras of those few people were already extremely powerful. The shadow horse wanted to kill Ling Xiao with one strike. However, when 7 or 8 supreme experts dashed towards him, he had a bad premonition. Not good. They want to explode themselves. The shadow horse finally knew what was going on. He changed his face and shouted in fright. He hurried to withdraw his energy to dodge. The self-explosion of a middle-level supreme expert at incipient god realm could threaten a high-level supreme expert. However, there were several middle-level and low-level supreme experts exploding at the same time. The power was enough to make a peak supreme expert like him jump in fright. Rumble! Rumble! When the shadow horse withdrew his attack, the 7 or 8 supreme experts at incipient god realm exploded their god bodies at the same time, causing the entire space to explode into a vacuum. All the turbulence was swept away, and all the energy was dispersed by the ripples. This caused the space to reverberate and didn't calm down for a long time. As the energy reverberated, an angry voice viciously said, "Little bastard, this old man will take revenge sooner or later." A ray of crimson light instantly disappeared into the void. The 8 spears followed suit. Their speed was so fast that no one could catch them. In the end, only the shadow horse escaped from the 4 brothers. The other 3 were killed, and the dozen people who followed them were also killed. In this battle, Ling Xiao's side lost 30 to 40 people. More than half of them were killed by the shadow horse. Many of them were severely injured, and their god bodies couldn't fully recover. If Ling Xiao hadn't collected these puppets, he would have died under the hands of the 4 brothers. Sister Pia Piao. Ling Xiao looked at the shadow horse that was running away. He faced the sky and roared unwillingly. A crystal drop of water that hadn't appeared for many years quietly dripped from the corner of his eyes. No matter how many puppets died, Ling Xiao wouldn't feel bad. However, Lu Piapiao's death made his heart ache to the extreme. He now found that Lu Piapiao had a very important place in his heart. "Ling Xiao, what are you shouting for?" A cold and sweet voice came from behind Ling Xiao. He saw a beautiful figure walking in the air. Her aura was much weaker, and her face was pale. However, she was still intact and didn't have many injuries. Sister Pia Piao. Ling Xiao turned around to look at the beautiful figure and screamed. Then his figure flashed and he came to Lu Piapiao's side. The next moment, Ling Xiao did something that Lu Piapiao didn't expect. He hugged her tightly in his arms and said affectionately, "Sister Piapiao, I thought you were already. You didn't die. That's great. You can't risk your life for me in the future. Do you understand? If you die, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life." Lu Piapiao didn't expect Ling Xiao to say such words. She couldn't adapt to it all of a sudden. An unprecedented feeling of sweetness and warmth flowed through her heart. Lu Piapiao's delicate hands hesitated for a moment and hugged Ling Xiao's waist tightly. Her hot cheeks were buried in Ling Xiao's arms. She asked softly, "Do you really care about me so much?" "Of course, even if I die, I don't want you to die," Ling Xiao said resolutely. Ling Xiao couldn't deceive himself. When he thought that Lu Piapiao had died, he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Therefore, he no longer suppressed the feelings in his heart and released them all at this moment. A smile immediately appeared on Lu Piapiao's face. Her rosy cheeks had already reached her ears. She hugged Ling Xiao tightly and greedily inhaled Ling Xiao's manly scent. A feeling of happiness came to her heart. She felt that it was not in vain to block the blow for Ling Xiao. Of course, she did not block the blow for Ling Xiao on impulse. It was because she was wearing a top-notch defensive divine garment given to her by Feng Qingyang. Therefore, she was able to block the terrible attack repeatedly without dying. After a long time, Ling Xiao pushed Lu Piapiao away a little. He held her blushing face with both hands and kissed her bright red lips. Lu Piapiao's body trembled slightly. Her closed eyes kept trembling. Ling Xiao breathed in Lu Piapiao's cool clove fragrance. After a long time, his desire rose again. His thick palms kept caressing Lu Piapiao's back. From time to time, his hands would fall under her jade-like buttocks and knead the perky part. Oh! Lu Piapiao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body became soft. She hugged Ling Xiao's waist tightly and could not help but let out a soft moan. It was the first time that she had been treated like this by a man. That unprecedented feeling made her feel shy and expectant. She faintly felt that it was wonderful and desired to be closer to this man. She slowly began to respond to Ling Xiao's kiss, and tried hard to enjoy the feeling of being in contact with him. She did not know when Ling Xiao's hand had suddenly grabbed her chest. Her body trembled, and she could not help but let out a moan. She could not help but hold Ling Xiao's hand and whispered, "No, don't." Ling Xiao stared at her and said with a faint smile, "Sister Piapiao, follow me and be my woman in the future. I will protect you for the rest of your life." Lu Piapiao looked at Ling Xiao. She could see his sincerity and Ling Xiao's intentions. She shyly buried her head in Ling Xiao's arms and said softly, "In this life, Piapiao will be your woman." After saying that, her delicate hand that was holding Ling Xiao's thick palm quietly loosened. That thick palm once again pressed against that plump area without any hesitation. Chapter 1572. In the boundless outer space, the five elements explosions were everywhere. No king god realm expert could survive in such an environment. A ghost beast was approaching from a distance. Surprisingly, this ghost beast had reached the middle level of level 11. It moved as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning. In just a few blinks, it had crossed more than 100,000 meters. A handsome man and a beautiful woman were leaning on this ghost beast. They were passionately in love. They were none other than Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao, who had just broken through the last layer of their relationship. Ling Xiao looked so devilishly charming. His smug smile made people want to beat him up. It was as if he was afraid that people didn't know that he had won the heart of another peerless beauty. As for Lu Piapiao, she was like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. She looked even more beautiful and her face was no longer meticulous. Instead, there was a happy smile on her face. Her delicate face was flushed from time to time. No matter who it was, they would be moved by her. When a man and a woman fell in the river of love, no matter what kind of environment they were in, they would always feel comfortable and beautiful. After killing the three great masters of the Dark Shadow clan, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had waited for several more groups of pirates to come to their door. They had replenished the number of his puppet army. However, These numbers couldn't reach the 200 that Ling Xiao had expected. They only had around 150 people. After all, the number of incipient God Realm experts was limited, and there weren't many pirates. Some of them wanted to capture Lu Piapiao because they saw a beautiful woman. Thus, they were captured by Ling Xiao and used as his puppets. Thus, Ling Xiao spent almost 1 year to go to the disaster area again. During this time, Ling Xiao had absorbed the high-level god souls of the warriors of the Dark Shadow clan, and the god souls of the dead incipient God Realm experts. Finally, his god soul had broken through the limit and reached the high-level Supreme Realm. With Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger's battle prowess increased by 70 times, ordinary high-level supreme martial artists wouldn't be a match for it. Only those supreme martial artists in the late or peak realm would be able to make him feel pressured. It could be said that although Ling Xiao's physical body realm was still at a low level, his physical body and soul were already strong enough to challenge a high-level supreme being. Thus, he wouldn't have to worry about running away from an expert of a higher level than him. Moreover, his puppet army was more than enough to wipe out many forces. Ling Xiao didn't think that his puppets could defeat the heaven-devouring locust, but he didn't want to wait any longer. He had to rescue the colorful tree as soon as possible to prevent any unforeseen events. Along the way, apart from enjoying sex with Lu Piapiao occasionally, Ling Xiao was working on the 8th move of the Imperial Dragon skill. Since he had seen the power of the Shadow Horse's 8 flags, Ling Xiao had some understanding. He had cultivated 5 elements at the same time. Could he divide these 5 elements to attack at the same time? Could he combine them to attack at the same time? This kind of secret attack was actually similar to the divine technique that his teacher, the evil emperor, had created. His teacher could attack with 5 elements at the same time. Ling Xiao used to communicate with the evil emperor, so he understood the method of combining the 5 elements into one. The divine technique in his body was derived from this method. Therefore, Ling Xiao used more than a year's time to finally create the 8th form. 5 dragons become 1. This was the 8th move of Ling Xiao's Imperial Dragon skill. Golden Dragon, Fire Dragon, Ice Dragon, Wood Dragon, and Wind Dragon. The 5 energy forms could be divided to attack, or they could be combined to become a 5-colored dragon. It could roar for millions of miles, sweep through countless spaces, and destroy any stars. Its power was definitely the most powerful among the 8 moves. However, to use this move, with Ling Xiao's strength at the peak of the low level, he was afraid that he could only use it once or twice before his divine power was exhausted. He couldn't use it anymore. However, if he used his blood, flesh, and godly soul, he could use it repeatedly. After all, the level of the blood, flesh, and godly soul was much stronger than the physical body. Ling Xiao became more and more confident. At this stage, only those at the peak level could have the power to fight with him. He had a kind of urgency to meet a supreme martial artist at the peak like the Shadow Horse again. He wanted to have a good fight with him to verify his current combat power. Ling Xiao knew the priorities of the matter. He didn't look around for opponents, but he brought Lu Piapiao closer to the disaster area. Lu Piapiao also knew what Ling Xiao was going to do. She now understood Ling Xiao more and more. She would support whatever he did from the bottom of her heart. "Husband, are we just going to rush in like this?" Lu Piapiao asked while holding Ling Xiao. Now that they were very close to the disaster area, their divine senses could hear a buzzing sound coming from afar. This should be the sound made by the heaven-devouring locust. In the distant space, there must be a sky full of heaven-devouring locust. If they rushed in directly, they would be directly drowned by them. Ling Xiao shook his head gently and said, "Naturally, we can't rush in like this. This is enough. Let me see which space I should go to first." After saying that, Ling Xiao came down from the ghost's body. He took out the illusionary mirror stone and began to inject energy into it. He could see everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Lu Piapiao was already used to Ling Xiao's divine objects. She swept over and began to look at the things inside the illusionary mirror stone with Ling Xiao. Suddenly, the two of them looked at the scene inside the illusionary mirror stone. They immediately felt their scalps go numb and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. They saw many heaven-devouring locusts the size of a human flying above a land space. They kept gnawing on the dead tree trunks that had lost their life essence. There were even more things that had no life to gnaw on and were killing each other. Many of them kept searching outside the space, trying to find their favorite plants to gnaw on. Unfortunately, their levels were not high. Many of them were killed by the impact of the turbulence in the extraterritorial space. However, a small number of them were lucky enough to survive. They could drift to other spacelands, reproduce, and destroy all the vitality in that space. The densely packed heaven-devouring locusts were frighteningly large. A large area of space was completely covered by them, forming a surging green mist. The two of them took a deep breath and stabilized their minds. Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim, "These heaven-devouring locusts are too terrifying. The number is really overwhelming. Yes, even if we rush over, I'm afraid we can't kill them all at once. Instead, we may be devoured by them," Lu Piapiao said, feeling like vomiting. Ling Xiao did not answer. He changed a few positions in a row, and then held the exquisite leaf in his hand to sense. Finally, there was a strong sense in a place with the most heaven-devouring locust. The exquisite leaf almost wanted to leave his hand. Found it. It turns out that the 9-colored exquisite tree is in the center of the land space. Ling Xiao exclaimed. After going through many dangers and hardships, he finally found the location of the 9-colored exquisite tree. As long as he could rescue it, he could obtain the wood primordial stone. At that time, he only needed the light, dark, and thunder primordial stones to gather all 9 types of primordial stones. However, now he was facing the biggest problem: how to kill all these heaven-devouring locusts. It must be known that the 9-colored exquisite tree was in the center. It was undoubtedly difficult to get close to it. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had prepared before coming. In addition to the purple-black fire, he had also collected many ancient trees. He planned to use the essence of the ancient trees to lure the heaven-devouring locust out. Their levels were not high. The low-level ones ranged from rank 3 to 5. The high-level ones ranged from rank 6 to rank 8. There were few that were above rank 9. As long as they were lured out of the original land space and into the boundless extraterritorial space, they could be completely destroyed by the turbulent astral winds. In this way, he could first kill a portion of the heaven-devouring locust, and then disintegrate them step by step. This would probably take up a lot of time. After having a plan, Ling Xiao began to act. They once again moved forward a lot. They were already quite close to the space where the heaven-devouring locusts were. If they smelled their blood, they would probably rush over and devour them all. Ling Xiao summoned several fire attribute supreme being puppets, and let them carry many ancient trees as they advanced for nearly 10,000 miles. Sure enough, when they got close, the heaven-devouring locusts beneath the land space sensed them. One by one, like hungry wolves, they charged out from below. Buzz! In an instant, tens of thousands of them turned into a green-black cloud and surged out. The land space was different from the space where humans lived. There was a powerful barrier that isolated them. They could easily rush out and reach the extraterritorial space. It was just that their levels were too low. The moment they reached the extraterritorial space, most of them were immediately swept away by the turbulent energy and died. Only a few rank 9 and rank 10 locusts could resist a little, and they rushed towards Ling Xiao's puppets. They had antennae on their heads, and their eyes glowed with a deep green light. They opened their mouths and let out strange cries, and their wings flapped rapidly. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts were reduced to only a few thousand. Even if they rushed over, they would only die. The fire attribute supreme beings immediately sent out waves of fire, completely incinerating them. The death of these tens of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts was like a drop in the ocean, not even worth mentioning. Many heaven-devouring locusts sensed the abnormality, and finally moved out. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of them rushed out from that place. The Supreme Being puppets began to launch powerful attacks. A large sea of fire appeared, and countless fiery meteorites rushed out from all directions. Rumble, rumble. The battle to exterminate the heaven-devouring locusts quietly began. Looks like these heaven-devouring locusts don't have much intelligence. They will definitely die if they rush out of that space for food. Ling Xiao looked at the scene inside the illusory eye mirror stone and laughed lightly. No, look, there are finally those heaven-devouring locust kings coming out. I'm afraid they are the truly terrifying existences. Lu Piapiao pointed in a direction and exclaimed. Ling Xiao also began to pay attention to that direction. There were actually more than 10 relatively large heaven-devouring locusts. They had already reached the rank 11 realm. They ignored the attacks of the turbulent energy and pounced towards the puppets. Chapter 1573. The heaven-devouring locust was not a species with a long lifespan, but they had the strongest reproductive ability. Almost every heaven-devouring locust could give birth to tens of thousands of offspring every year. Their level was low, but the speed of their advancement was faster than other beasts. They only needed to keep gnawing on the plants and absorbing energy to continue advancing. Among the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of heaven-devouring locusts, it was not unusual for there to be a level 11 heaven-devouring locust. They were much larger than the other heaven-devouring locust, and they directly rushed towards the few sovereign puppets that were carrying the ancient trees. Behind them were thousands of level 10 and level 9 heaven-devouring locusts, and their momentum was quite turbulent. The heaven-devouring locust's attack power was not very strong, and they mainly bullied the few with numbers. They would always swarm together. Therefore, these thousands of heaven-devouring locusts above the level 9 level, under the protection of the level 11 heaven-devouring locust, had already surrounded Ling Xiao's sovereign puppets. They constantly spat out an extremely sticky green liquid. This liquid was called locust fluid. In addition to its strong stickiness, it also carried a strong toxicity. Ordinary creatures that came into contact with it would soon be poisoned to the point of numbness and ulceration. Ling Xiao ordered the few sovereign puppets to immediately retreat in one direction, luring them out. This strategy of luring the tiger away from the mountain was very effective. Many level 9 and level 10 heaven-devouring locusts died under the impact of the turbulent forces, and their numbers immediately decreased by a lot. At this time, Ling Xiao immediately sent another 10 sovereign puppets to help them kill the heaven-devouring locust in front of them first. The heaven-devouring locust that rushed out at the front was not enough to kill Ling Xiao's sovereign puppets. Their combat power was not comparable to the heaven-devouring locust. Moreover, there was a natural barrier here that could be used. The heaven-devouring locusts could not form a siege at all, and were destroyed by the astral winds here. The other dozen or so level 11 heaven-devouring locusts were considered strong, and their speed was relatively fast. They all rushed towards the sovereign puppets holding the ancient trees, and their eyes were all on the ancient trees. They had not eaten plants for a long time, and could not wait to devour these ancient trees. However, the strength of these supreme puppets was still quite strong, and their fire attribute was the bane of these heaven-devouring locusts. Before they could give chase, they were trapped and burned by the sea of fire that the supreme puppet had conjured together. Soon after, the 10 supremes who had just joined the battle quickly joined forces to kill them as well. They used the same trick again, and attracted a lot of heaven-devouring locusts to their deaths. Ling Xiao summoned the other supreme puppets and spread them out. They all took out ancient trees to lure the heaven-devouring locusts out. This method was quite effective. After a few days, hundreds of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts were eliminated. The number of heaven-devouring locusts that had been eliminated seemed to be quite a lot, but compared to the number of heaven-devouring locusts, it was still a drop in the bucket. It seemed like their numbers had not decreased at all. In the distance, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao, who had been watching all this, seemed a little dispirited. "Husband, I don't think it's a good idea to go on like this." Lu Piapiao opened her red lips and said, "What good suggestions do you have?" Ling Xiao held her slender waist and sniffed her hair. "Why don't we destroy those land spaces, so that they don't even have a place to stay? By then, most of them will definitely be destroyed by the power of the turbulence here. Wouldn't it be faster to get rid of them?" Lu Piapiao suggested. Ling Xiao patted his forehead and exclaimed, "Yes, why didn't I think of this method? As long as dozens of them work together, it is not a problem to destroy a land space. In the end, only the land space with the 9-colored exquisite tree will be left. Then everything will be easy. After saying that, Ling Xiao immediately summoned 50 supreme puppets and prepared to start the destruction of the land space in front of them. They did not know that they had finally caused big trouble. Dozens of supreme martial artists worked together. Their divine power was boundless, and their power was boundless. It was enough to destroy any sun, moon, and stars. The colorful power of the turbulence of space fell from the sky like meteors and blasted toward the disaster area in front of them. Boom, boom, boom. The land in front of them was instantly riddled with holes by the dozens of powerful forces. Countless heaven-devouring locusts were immediately blown into smithereens. Many turbulent forces instantly rushed towards the land. Millions of heaven-devouring locusts were thrown into chaos, and they were all crushed to death by these violent forces. The number of heaven-devouring locusts was too large. Eventually, many of them were spared. They rushed toward the supreme martial artists, and a lot of green liquid kept splashing out. They intended to counterattack the humans who attacked them. However, Ling Xiao ordered them not to fight with force. Instead, they quickly retreated and fought with them in the extraterritorial area. First, they would consume their numbers, and then they would attack the undead heaven-devouring locusts. The first battle was the first victory. Millions of heaven-devouring locusts were destroyed. Many of them flew to other land spaces. There were also many who discovered the existence of Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao and suddenly rushed toward them. However, there were only a few hundred of them. Ling Xiao sent a few more supreme martial artist puppets to destroy them. Piapiao, your plan succeeded. You are really my good wife. As long as we destroy a few more land spaces, we will reach the 9-colored exquisite tree. Then we can go back as soon as possible. Ling Xiao pulled Lu Piapiao and kissed her with a smile. Don't be careless. If there are advanced rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts, then we will still be in trouble. It's better to be careful and take it step by step. Lu Piapiao suggested. Ling Xiao nodded, and let all the supreme martial artist puppets return for the time being to recover their divine power before carrying out the next destruction operation. However, at this time there was some movement in the nearby land space. Many heaven-devouring locusts kept hissing and crouched down toward the most central position. Several heaven-devouring locusts that were bigger than ordinary rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts appeared. They were the most powerful existence among the heaven-devouring locusts. They had already reached advanced rank 11. And there were even one or two that had reached the peak of rank 11. They sent out signals that were difficult for other races to understand. Then, all the heaven-devouring locusts that had reached rank 10 and above gathered together. Each realm that reached the rank of rank 10 was counted in the tens of thousands. It was unknown how many creatures they had devoured to reach this rank. Naturally, the number of rank 11 realms was also very large. With a rough estimate, there were at least 1,000 of them. They actually came out from the various land spaces and rushed in the direction of Ling Xiao and the others. Buzz buzz. The sound of the heaven-devouring locusts reverberated endlessly, causing the power of many space turbulence to ripple. The heaven-devouring locusts that rushed out from several large land spaces were the most elite existences. There were a total of hundreds of thousands of them. Oh no, they are gathering to deal with us. Ling Xiao's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. What should we do? Why don't we withdraw from here first? Lu Piapiao responded. No, we can't go. These should be the most powerful existence of the heaven-devouring locusts. As long as they are destroyed, the rest are nothing to be afraid of. Ling Xiao shook his head firmly. But if they come together, we can't stop them. Lu Piapiao said worriedly. Don't worry, we can do it. But we should really retreat a little further. It's best to go to a place where the fire property turbulence is more concentrated. It will be more advantageous for us to fight. Ling Xiao replied. Then he put away the illusionary mirror stone and retreated with the others to a space not far away where there was a fire property turbulence. They quietly waited for the heaven-devouring locusts to come. These heaven-devouring locusts were led by several heaven-devouring locusts. Before they reached Ling Xiao, they sprayed a powerful green liquid at him. It was almost like a green cloud covering the space, dyeing it into a large area of green ink. Ling Xiao had already summoned many of the supreme puppets. He shouted in shock, "Attack together!" These heaven-devouring locusts were not good at attacking, but they won in large numbers. The power of their attack could be said to be terrifying. It was enough to corrode the impact of many turbulence. Ling Xiao and the others attacked while retreating. They must not be touched by the poisonous green liquid. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was quick-witted and knew how to choose a natural stronghold. The fire property turbulence played a great role, and destroyed most of the green liquid. "Destroy them with all your strength," Ling Xiao ordered again. About 150 supreme puppets attacked together again. The terrible power of the turbulence of colorful light suddenly appeared, and many cracks in the space were blasted. Meteors of fire, sharp metal energy, hail, meteorites, all these powers exploded at the heaven-devouring locusts. After a wave of attack, thousands of heaven-devouring locusts died in an instant. But no matter how powerful their attack was, there was always a time when they would be broken through. There were already hundreds of heaven-devouring locusts in front of them, biting them. They had all reached level 11, and there were many mid-level and high-level existences. Several low-level supreme martial artists were unable to kill them all at once, and were instead devoured into their stomachs. Dragon Fifth Prodigal, kill them! Ling Xiao already knew that there was no way to retreat now. The outcome of this battle depended on whether they could extract the 9-colored ring dragon tree. Dragon Fifth and the Prodigal finally made their move. Dragon Fifth directly transformed into his true form. His dragon body, which was thousands of meters long, glowed with a golden light. With a wave of his dragon tail, he charged at the heaven-devouring locusts, and in an instant, hundreds of heaven-devouring locusts were smashed into pieces. He spat out another mouthful of golden light, which could destroy hundreds and thousands of heaven-devouring locusts that were below level 11. His domineering power was definitely comparable to a high-level supreme martial artist. As for the Prodigal, he had already reached level 11 half a year ago. The dark purple flames on his body were the nemesis of the heaven-devouring locusts. He roared and spat out a mouthful of purple flames, which instantly formed a large sea of fire, burning the heaven-devouring locusts until they screamed in pain. Chapter 1574. The Prodigal had just reached the 11th rank. His fighting spirit was high, and he spat out mouthfuls of flames that burned in all directions. His strong fire aura and threatening flames became the bane of many heaven-devouring locusts. However, the heaven-devouring locusts were able to block the Prodigal's flames. They spat out a mouthful of green liquid, and actually managed to extinguish the flames on the Prodigal's body. It even covered the flames on the Prodigal's body until they dimmed. If it wasn't for the fact that it escaped quickly, it would have been completely glued to the green liquid, unable to move. It roared a few times and hurriedly avoided these heaven-devouring locusts. Then it burned the other heaven-devouring locusts. At this time, Lu Piapiao also began to join the battle. Her swordsmanship was elegant and agile. Many wind blades flew in all directions, and the limbs of many heaven-devouring locusts flew everywhere. Ling Xiao first ordered a few high-level supreme martial artists to deal with the heaven-devouring locusts, and then he used all his trump cards. The demonic heavenly fire bead turned into a firebird, and swept towards the heaven-devouring locusts. Its lethality was no less than that of the Prodigal. The connate sinister wind bead also turned into a black storm. Like a natural disaster, it entangled many heaven-devouring locusts together, corroding and destroying them. The battle had already caused the sky and earth to darken, and it was incomparably intense. Large numbers of heaven-devouring locusts were destroyed, but Ling Zhao's supreme martial artist puppets were also gradually decreasing. After all, there were too many heaven-devouring locusts. Once they got close, even a supreme martial artist divine body could be bitten to pieces. Ling Xiao finally launched an attack. He split into two and used the 9 Sun sky-burning fists. Almost a single punch smashed a large number of heaven-devouring locusts. "I don't believe that I can't destroy all of you disgusting things," Ling Xiao roared angrily. His combat power was raised to the extreme. He swore to destroy all of these heaven-devouring locusts. Ling Zhao's divine soul charged towards the heaven-devouring locusts. They were the leaders of these heaven-devouring locusts. Only by destroying them would the other heaven-devouring locusts not be able to form an effective attack. There were more than 10 heaven-devouring locusts here. 3 of them had reached the peak of the 11th rank, and the rest were high-level 11th rank. Even if their combat prowess wasn't that great, it was enough to give Ling Xiao's high-level sovereign puppets a headache. Ling Xiao did not fight them to the death. Instead, he pointed at the twin dragon fiendish wind. Streaks of mysterious destructive energy directly pierced through their defenses and landed on their bodies. Finally, they could no longer endure it and began to scream. They continuously tumbled in the air, trying to force the energy out. Fortunately, their green liquid could slow down the destructive power, so they didn't die immediately. One of the peak sky-devouring locusts discovered Ling Xiao's doppelganger that was hiding. It flew towards Ling Xiao, and a green liquid fell on his head. Ordinary high-level supreme martial artists might not be able to react in time, and it was very likely that they would be enveloped by the green liquid, unable to move. However, Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, and his combat prowess was increased by 70 times. He easily dodged it, and he had already swept behind it. A foot with a fiery glow stomped heavily on its back. Ling Xiao's foot was so domineering that even if it was a heaven-devouring locust, it would still be stomped to death. Ling Xiao's foot sank into the body of the heaven-devouring locust, and a thick green liquid actually instantly wrapped around Ling Xiao's foot. Many toxins wanted to invade Ling Xiao's skin and flesh. Ling Xiao's eyebrows twitched, and he immediately withdrew his foot. A wave of flames immediately expelled the green liquid, evaporating the toxins. However, he discovered that the green liquid was very difficult to deal with. Even if he used the heavenly fire to expel it, he actually couldn't get rid of it in a short period of time. At this time, the injured heaven-devouring locust turned around and bit towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was in a daze. His lower body was bitten, and he was almost swallowed by the heaven-devouring locust. Fortunately, his physical body was comparable to an ancient divine weapon. The heaven-devouring locust's bite was really unable to crush Ling Xiao's divine body. Die. Ling Xiao gathered power on his finger, and he pointed at the forehead of the heaven-devouring locust. The power of the double dragon wind in a short distance was terrifying, and it directly blew up the head of the heaven-devouring locust. On the other side, Ling Xiao's real body had been by Lu Piapiao's side. He didn't want anything to happen to Lu Piapiao. Killing these heaven-devouring locusts with her could play a role in helping her. The more Ling Xiao and the others killed, the more unbearable they became. The heaven-devouring locusts seemed to be endless, and they flew out from many spaces one after another. It was really huge and terrifying. The number of Ling Xiao's supreme puppets had been greatly reduced. More than half of the 150 were dead or injured, and each of them had consumed a lot of divine power. Fortunately, they had killed nearly 100,000 rank 10 heaven-devouring locusts. They thought that they could get rid of them completely, but unexpectedly, there were more and more of them, as if their numbers had never decreased. Ling Xiao and the others didn't know how long they had been killing. It seemed like one day, but it also seemed like 7 days had passed. They were already numb to the eyes. At this moment, Lu Piapiao was already slightly exhausted. She exclaimed to Ling Xiao, "My husband, we can't go on like this. Let's retreat first." So many supreme puppets had died, and the heaven-devouring locusts still rushed out from various spaces, as if there was no end to them. She felt that she couldn't take it anymore. "Don't worry, I still have a big kill. Hold on a little longer, let them come a little more, and we can kill them all in one go." Ling Xiao's real body had already killed countless heaven-devouring locusts with the ice and fire sword in his hand. He had already felt that there were more and more heaven-devouring locusts, and they were all existences above rank 10. They seemed to have turned out in full force. As more and more heaven-devouring locusts appeared, the number did not decrease, but increased. It had actually reached hundreds of thousands. Such a terrifying number could probably make all the forces in the world feel numb. It was no wonder that the heaven-devouring locust disaster in the heaven region could force all the human clan and beast clan to unite to deal with them. This was enough to destroy Ling Xiao and the others. If it wasn't for the prodigal and the demon heavenly fire pearl constantly burning these heaven-devouring locusts, causing them to burn as soon as they touched them, Ling Xiao and the others would not have been able to hold on until now. Everyone throw the ancient trees. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally began to order the final kill. After receiving Ling Xiao's order, all the remaining supreme puppets threw out all the ancient trees they had stored in their space rings at the same time. Countless ancient trees flew towards these heaven-devouring locusts. There were tens of thousands of them, and they immediately attracted the attention of these heaven-devouring locusts. They all showed greedy looks and gave up attacking Ling Xiao and the others. Instead, they pounced on these ancient trees. They were most interested in this kind of plant, which was the most important food for their lives and could help them advance and become stronger. This was why they went around looking for plants to gnaw on at all costs. Not only these powerful heaven-devouring locusts went crazy, but even the weaker heaven-devouring locusts that stayed in the space smelled the fresh smell, which made them go crazy. They had not gnawed on plants for a long time. They had been gnawing on those stones, and they couldn't hold on any longer. Buzz. Millions, tens of millions of heaven-devouring locusts rushed out from the land. The scene was so overwhelming that it made anyone's scalp tingle. Tens of thousands of ancient trees seemed to be a lot, but in front of these huge numbers of heaven-devouring locusts, it seemed extremely scarce. Therefore, many heaven-devouring locusts ignored their companions and began to fight fiercely, devouring and killing each other. The lower-level heaven-devouring locusts rushed out from the land space and were immediately attacked by many turbulent forces, causing most of them to be wiped out immediately. At this moment, Ling Xiao shouted again, "Everyone come back!" Ling Xiao called out and put away all the supreme puppets. Even Lu Piapiao was kept away by him, not letting her stay outside. The innate chilling wind bead returned to Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, while the demon heavenly fire bead and the prodigal son were left outside. The flames around Ling Xiao's body shone brightly, and his strength was raised to the extreme. He used his divine soul doppelganger to lift the obsidian cauldron, which had grown countless times in an instant. Ling Xiao's ultimate killing weapon was revealed at this moment. "Burn it for me!" Ling Xiao roared towards the sky. His divine soul doppelganger tilted the obsidian cauldron towards the heaven-devouring locusts that were crazily fighting for food. His palm slammed heavily on the bottom of the obsidian cauldron. Pum! The huge obsidian cauldron was like an apocalyptic volcano eruption, and the mouth of the cauldron spewed out an extreme purple-black flame. The purple-black flame instantly attacked the heaven-devouring locust in front of them. Just by coming into contact with the heaven-devouring locust, they were immediately burned into ashes and disappeared. Thus, many heaven-devouring locusts felt the danger and fled in disorder. Many of the weaker ones were killed by the other higher-level ones. In an instant, a large number of heaven-devouring locusts were burned by the purple-black flame, and most of them were killed by their companions. In the most concentrated area, there was a large sea of fire. Many rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts were touched by the sparks and immediately cried out in pain. Many of them fled, implicating many heaven-devouring locusts. Looking from afar, one could only see a purplish-black fire spreading in all directions in this space with the momentum of a prairie fire. The atmosphere here instantly became extremely hot. The purple-black flame was the most original flame, and it had reached the point where there was nothing it could not burn. No matter what kind of creature approached it, it would not be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao had already retreated far away. He let out a light sigh and looked at this scene with satisfaction. He had planned for many years and finally, he had taken care of these heaven-devouring locusts. These high-level heaven-devouring locusts were the strongest existences in this disaster zone. As long as they were killed, the other heaven-devouring locusts would no longer be a threat. Haha, this is not the end of the locust plague. Do you really think this king can't do anything to you? Ling Xiao laughed heartily. After a long time, the heaven-devouring locust in this space had either died or fled. They had completely disappeared, and only traces of purple-black flame were still burning. Chapter 1575. The heaven-devouring locust was a species that made people pale. It was a creature of disaster that could destroy all living things. Now the heaven-devouring locust queens and the heaven-devouring locust king were burned to death by the purple-black fire, unable to harm the world. Of course, many heaven-devouring locusts were still alive in the nearby land spaces, but they felt the power of fire that made them completely afraid. They did not dare to move rashly, and they were filled with incomparable fear. These high-level heaven-devouring locusts were mostly burned. Ling Xiao did not care anymore and summoned all the remaining supreme puppets. They began to descend onto the land spaces and clean up the low-level heaven-devouring locust. This time, Ling Xiao did not destroy the land space because he wanted to find some divine items from the place where the heaven-devouring locusts gathered. There would be locust eggs in the nest of the heaven-devouring locust queen, and these eggs could hatch into many heaven-devouring locusts. For those with malicious intentions, they would naturally hatch the locust eggs and use them for their own use. At that time, they could sweep the world. However, such people would not be able to raise the heaven-devouring locust in the end, and would instead be devoured by them. Ling Xiao naturally did not look for these locust eggs to hatch them, but to absorb the essence of the locust eggs. These locust eggs contain the pure wood-life essence of the heaven-devouring locust queen. Each locust egg was enough to increase one's life force by a lot. Ling Xiao planned to collect all of them to help him suddenly reach the level of a middle-stage supreme martial artist. Ling Xiao and the others swept through a land space with tens of millions of heaven-devouring locusts. It was difficult to find any level 11 locusts among these heaven-devouring locusts. Naturally, they could not withstand the destruction of Ling Xiao and the others. Moreover, with the prodigal son and the demonic heavenly fire pearl, the two fire sources, it was enough to burn them to ashes. Ling Xiao stepped through the nests of many heaven-devouring locusts and harvested many locust eggs, which made him ecstatic. These locust eggs were full of essence energy. Even when he borrowed them to absorb the essence, he felt unusually surging. After all, each locust egg could hatch into tens of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts, and contain 1/5 of the wood essence of the heaven-devouring locust queen. When Ling Xiao had finished sweeping a piece of land, he still gave the order to destroy it completely. Only God knew where the heaven-devouring locust was. By destroying it and not giving the heaven-devouring locust any chance of survival, he would be doing a good deed for the world. This was to prevent these heaven-devouring locusts from doing anything disastrous in the future. After sweeping through several spaces, Ling Xiao finally approached the space where the 9-colored exquisite divine tree was located. That space was also densely packed with heaven-devouring locusts, and their numbers were 2 times more than the other land spaces. The exquisite leaf in Ling Xiao's hand kept flashing with a 9-colored light, giving Ling Xiao a sense of urgency. "Looks like it's here," Ling Xiao said after taking a deep breath. Finally, he was close to the 9-colored exquisite tree. This meant that the wood genesis stone was close at hand. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to barge in like he did in the other spaces. There were not many heaven-devouring locusts here, and they were far away from Ling Xiao's previous position, so it was difficult to lure them out. Before this, Ling Xiao had already lost most of the purple-black fire in his cauldron. In the end, he did not get much back. If he directly brought the purple-black fire into this space, he could also eliminate these heaven-devouring locusts. However, he was afraid that doing so would also burn the 9-colored exquisite tree to death. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao let the prodigal son, the demon heavenly fire bead, and the innate Yin wind bead rush into the land space and turn it upside down. Once the heaven-devouring locusts were touched by the heaven fire, they could start a prairie fire. First, they could exterminate the heaven-devouring locusts, and then they could drive them out to relieve the pressure on the 9-colored exquisite tree. Then they could act according to the situation. With a plan, Ling Xiao immediately ordered them to rush into that space. Pung pung. 2 heavenly fires and a black storm were like thunder on the flat ground. In an instant, they burned and rolled up the heaven-devouring locusts in that space. Buzz buzz. Many heaven-devouring locusts were triggered, and they instantly burst into chaos. It was a complete mess. Ling Xiao and the others stayed far away from this area. They were waiting for the high-level heaven-devouring locusts to rush out and kill them. There were quite a number of rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts here. Ling Xiao and the others had gone through a great battle and lost 30 to 40 sovereign puppets before they managed to exterminate these high-level heaven-devouring locusts. The other heaven-devouring locusts were no longer a threat. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao began to enter the space-land space. Under the guidance of the exquisite leaf, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao came to a place that was still covered by many heaven-devouring locusts. There were still several heaven-devouring locusts behind them, and 2 of them were at the peak of rank 11. Below them, there were countless heaven-devouring locusts that were constantly gnawing at the place that was flashing with the 9-colored divine light. They penetrated bit by bit, and entered the 9-colored divine light. However, the 9-colored divine light looked a lot dimmer, but it was full of murderous intent. Rays of divine light twisted the heaven-devouring locusts into powder. Some of the heaven-devouring locusts that were trapped inside were killed by the branches. However, the dead heaven-devouring locusts turned into a pool of sticky green liquid that fell on the 9-colored exquisite tree, causing the divine light to dim a lot. After days and nights, the 9-colored exquisite tree was covered with a thick layer of green liquid. The strong toxicity had corroded most of the branches of the 9-colored exquisite tree, causing it to lose most of its magical effect. Now the 9-colored exquisite tree had lost a lot of its divine power. If even the last bit of defense failed, it would really be devoured by these heaven-devouring locusts. Fortunately, it had boundless divine power, and could withstand the gnawing of so many heaven-devouring locusts. Piao Piao, be careful and take care of yourself. Dragon 5th and I will kill these rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts. As Ling Xiao spoke, he summoned Dragon 5th. At the same time, his divine soul doppelganger also appeared and rushed towards the heaven-devouring locusts. Although Dragon 5th was not as advanced as these heaven-devouring locusts, his combat power had increased by 100 times. When he summoned the Dragon Ball, he could simply sweep them away. As for Ling Xiao's advanced divine soul, it was the same. Coupled with the Emperor Heaven Destroyer art, its lethality was even more powerful. As long as he killed all the heaven-devouring locusts in front of him, the other heaven-devouring locusts were nothing to be afraid of. Dragon 5th fought 1 against 4, while Ling Xiao's divine soul fought 1 against 3, carrying out the final attack. Before this, Ling Xiao had already killed countless heaven-devouring locusts. Now it was more than enough to face them again. With his destructive move of 5 dragons as 1, it was enough to kill 2 advanced rank 11 heaven-devouring locusts. The peak rank 11 heaven-devouring locust was also seriously injured, and wanted to escape. How could Ling Xiao let it go? A double dragon wind pierced through its defense and burned its body, causing it to fall completely. The other heaven-devouring locusts that surged up were all smashed into pieces by Ling Xiao's fire fists. Many were even burned to death by the flames. Lu Piapiao was already killing the heaven-devouring locusts that covered the 9-color exquisite tree. They had long been forced out by Wastrel and the demon heavenly fire bead. They were no longer a threat. Under the sweep of Ling Xiao's supreme puppets, the heaven-devouring locusts in this space were gradually reduced and destroyed. With the destruction of these heaven-devouring locusts, there were no more heaven-devouring locusts at the 9-color exquisite tree. Ling Xiao threw the exquisite leaf in his hand towards the 9-color exquisite tree. Swoosh! The exquisite leaf floated onto the 9-color exquisite tree, and emitted a 9-colored divine light. It established a connection with the 9-color exquisite tree. The divine lights reflected each other and bloomed with even more powerful divine colors. The jewel leaf fell back into the 9-colored exquisite tree and returned to the branch. Then, a weak figure slowly walked out from the main tree trunk. This was the tree spirit of the 9-color exquisite tree that Ling Xiao had seen in the Wood Grain clan. Human, you really have a great destiny with the Tree of God. You actually managed to exterminate these sky-devouring locusts. Ling Long is very grateful to you. Ling Long said to Ling Xiao with a grateful expression. Exquisite, you don't have to thank me. You also know why I am here. Ling Xiao replied honestly. Then he took out some holy spring that he had obtained in the demon forest and handed it to Exquisite. Not only did this holy spring contain water element, but it also contained a large amount of wood element origin. It could help Exquisite recover more profound qi, and change its current weak state. Exquisite accepted the spring water and felt the boundless wood-type essence within. She was delighted and drank it down. Many of the tree trunks behind her immediately regained their vitality, and much of the locust fluid's poison had been expelled from them. Thank you again, human. You are my lucky star in life. Exquisite expressed her gratitude again. Then, the tree behind her shook and a green stone rushed out from under the tree. Bang! The green stone wasn't very big, but it emitted a dazzling divine light and an incomparably rich vitality. This was the wood element Genesis stone that Ling Xiao had been looking forward to for a long time. Its size was much smaller than the Genesis stones that he had obtained before. However, the power it contained was very pure and vigorous. Ling Xiao sucked it in, and immediately felt waves of primordial energy in his body. It made him want to break through the shackles and ascend immediately. I've finally got you, Ling Xiao said with a satisfied smile. Exquisite said, it wasn't originally this small. I borrowed its Genesis strength to resist these heaven-devouring locusts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Fortunately, you arrived early. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold on for 100 years. Maybe in another 10 years or so, they would have broken through. Their reproduction ability is too fast. It's impossible to destroy them. Yes, there are still several spaces with these heaven-devouring locusts. If you continue to stay here, I'm afraid you will be eaten by them. Have you ever thought of moving to another place to survive? Ling Xiao said. He really wanted to trick this 9-colored exquisite tree to follow him. That way he could see through other people's intentions. Chapter 1576. However, Ling Xiao had forgotten that his thoughts had been seen through by Ling Long. Human, you might be greedy, but you're doing it for my sake. It's time for me to leave this place. Those people who have been providing for me should be under my protection. They should return to their human bodies and not walk the crooked path. Ling Long looked at Ling Xiao and revealed the truth. Ling Xiao smiled dryly and said, Haha, I think it is good for you to return to the Wood Grain tribe. At least you don't have to worry about the locust plague again. Yes, you are right. I don't know how long I have stayed here. It is time for me to move and live again. This place is no longer suitable for me. Ling Long responded. Then there was a strange movement behind him. The 9-colored exquisite tree was uprooted from its roots, and the space around it shook incessantly, emitting a deafening sound. In the end, the 9-colored exquisite tree turned into a 9-colored light, and strengthened the exquisite tree spirit. There were also 2 smaller wood-type source stones in its bosom. They were the foundation for it to continue gathering the wood-type source power. Ling Xiao looked at the other 2 source stones and saw a few rays of light. He was just surprised and didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. After all, Ling Long could see through his thoughts. He couldn't be too greedy. In the past, the immortal tree used your sea of consciousness to nurture the tree spirit. Today, can you lend it to me for a while? Ling Long looked at Ling Xiao and asked. I'm not a casual person. Ling Xiao replied after a moment of hesitation. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. The immortal tree will stay in your sea of knowledge, and you will have the divine wood body. I will stay in your sea of knowledge for a period of time, and you will have the exquisite heart. In addition, I will also bestow the exquisite qi to her. Ling Long lightly said. After saying that, Ling Long waved his hand, and a flow of exquisite qi overflowed in Lu Piapiao's direction. Lu Piapiao did not understand. She was about to disperse the power when she heard Ling Xiao exclaim, Don't move. This is the exquisite qi. It's good for you. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lu Piapiao stopped moving and allowed the exquisite qi to enter her body. All right, Ling Xiao, I'm not a stingy person. Come in. You can also borrow the power of the heavenly fire to cleanse yourself of the locust poison. Ling Xiao replied happily. The exquisite heart wasn't something that just anyone could obtain. Before this, Xiao Ling was the first to obtain it. That was because she possessed the ethereal body, which was 1 in 10,000. However, he didn't have the qualifications to obtain it. Now, letting Ling Long stay in his sea of consciousness, and letting him obtain the Linglong's heart seemed to be very cost-effective. It was a divine heart that could see through anyone's mind. Besides the people of the wood grain race, not many people had such an ability. Ling Xiao opened up his sea of consciousness and allowed Ling Long to enter his sea of consciousness. As Ling Long entered his sea of consciousness, Ling Xiao only felt that the stagnant power actually showed signs of loosening. Various scenes of the origin of the wood attribute flashed in his mind. He could feel that the nine-colored exquisite tree had lived in this endless extraterritorial space for millions of years. He could also feel the various scenes of the vigorous growth and the death of many wood attribute creatures. Ling Xiao suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. He had a new understanding of the power of the wood attribute. The power at the peak of the low level was constantly loosening. "Husband, what's wrong with you?" Lu Piapiao stepped forward and called out. Ling Xiao's thoughts were interrupted. He quickly restrained his mind and didn't dare to continue thinking, because this was not the best time for him to break through. "I'm fine. Let's leave this place immediately," Ling Xiao said and summoned everyone back. Then he leaped onto the ghost with Lu Piapiao and quickly left this place. He didn't deal with the heaven-devouring locusts because he suddenly realized that there was a reason for the rise and fall of all things. Even if he killed all the heaven-devouring locusts today, new heaven-devouring locusts might be born elsewhere. No living creature would go extinct so easily, especially one that could reproduce so quickly. Anyway, he had already killed 4/5 of the heaven-devouring locusts. It wouldn't be easy for the rest of the heaven-devouring locusts to continue to reproduce and grow. Ling Xiao brought Lu Piapiao out of the disaster area and found a small space. They had discovered this space when they came. It was rare that it wasn't destroyed in the midst of many turbulences. This space wasn't big. It was only the size of a city. It was a good place to rest on the endless territory path. "Piapiao, let's set up a restriction here. You and I will cultivate in seclusion here for a while before we continue on our journey," Ling Xiao suggested. "Husband, are you going to break through?" Lu Piapiao was pleasantly surprised. When Ling Xiao was in the stormy space, he had received the feedback from the innate sinister wind bead. His power had already reached the peak realm. After a few years of heavy cultivation, his strength had increased again. Moreover, the killing in the past few years had also allowed him to use all kinds of power to the extreme. His divine soul had long been much higher than the realm of his real body. It was imperative for him to take this opportunity to break through. "Yes, I want to take this opportunity to break through to the next level. You also need to strengthen your cultivation. Only when we are strong can we do whatever we want here," Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. Then, a wind origin stone fell in front of Lu Piapiao. This wind origin stone was naturally obtained from Feng Qingyang. The origin stone could gather a lot of origin power. It could help any supreme expert or incipient god realm expert increase his power quickly. Before the origin stone was used, Ling Xiao wanted to use it to further increase his power. After taking out the wind origin stone, Ling Xiao also took out the water origin stone that he had exchanged from the Medicine Alliance, and the wood origin stone that he had just obtained from the nine-colored exquisite tree. After the 3 origin stones gathered together, the origin power in the outer space immediately surged over. The speed of the wind, the torrential water, and the vitality of the wood. Lu Piapiao only needed to absorb the wind origin power. Ling Xiao wanted to use these 3 powers to break through to the intermediate master realm. Lu Piapiao watched Ling Xiao take out another water origin stone. Her beautiful eyes rippled with an indescribable feeling. Each kind of origin stone was rare in the world. Unless it was an overlord force from the antiquity time, it was impossible to have it. Now Ling Xiao already had 3 kinds. If other supreme experts or incipient god realm experts knew about this, they would immediately send out all their forces to hunt Ling Xiao, this fat sheep. His collection was simply too abundant. It was simply unimaginable. Ling Xiao summoned the remaining 30 supreme puppets to protect him. Then he used the illusory eye mirror stone as the eye of the formation to set up a heaven-defying illusory formation. No one would be able to step into this 100,000 miles radius. Once they accidentally intruded, they would be trapped and killed inside. Ling Xiao had to be careful. This was related to his and Lu Piapiao's safety. Once they were affected, it would have a great impact on their realm foundation. After doing all this, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao separated and entered the state of closed-door cultivation. Ling Xiao first completely relaxed his mind. Then he once again entered the state of understanding and deducing the mysteries of the 5 elements. Every time he broke through a level, he had to deepen his understanding of the use of the power at that level. Only then could he become stronger naturally. After half a year, Ling Xiao had finally comprehended the power of the 5 elements. Moreover, he had used the purest origin power to heal all the hidden injuries left by the battles. His god body had recovered to its perfect state once again. Now where he was sitting, there were 3 kinds of origin power of the 3 elements: the gentleness of the wind, the coolness of the water, and the gentleness of the wood. The 3 colors of gray, blue, and green seemed to gather into a thick cocoon, wrapping Ling Xiao in it. This thick energy was enough for any supreme expert or incipient god realm expert to digest for a long time. However, Ling Xiao's capacity wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. The origin power surged unceasingly, and all of it went into Ling Xiao's body. This immense origin power wasn't enough for Ling Xiao to break through. He needed more energy to break through. Many purple-black divine crystals, locusts, and the fiery lotus divine core appeared. At the supreme expert realm, although it was the peak of the low level, the amount of energy he needed to take the next step was tremendous. Moreover, Ling Xiao cultivated 5 elements at the same time. The energy he needed was 5 times more than the other supreme experts. He had to prepare more than enough. He couldn't afford to fail. Ling Xiao shattered all the divine items and absorbed the god power into his dantian. He refined them quickly. The purple-black divine crystal was the best among the best divine crystals that the fire origin stone had condensed in the nirvana space. It contained a tremendous amount of energy. The locusts had a lot of wood essence energy. The fiery lotus divine core was a pure wood divine item that any supreme expert with the fire origin stone coveted. Of course, the god power it contained was extremely strong. In addition to these divine items, the other divine items were also things that made people's eyes go red. There were divine items of gold, ice, wind, and so on. Ling Xiao's 5-colored dantian instantly swelled up. Dots of 5-colored starlight looked misty, vast, mysterious, and holy. Many energies surged unceasingly, attacking the divine bridge. His god soul energy and these energies started to mix together. Drops of god power filled the divine bridge. In just a blink of an eye, there were several thousand drops of god power. It was still increasing, making the divine bridge soar up like a water column. The primordial power around Ling Xiao surged like the wind and clouds. The thick primordial power all entered his body, causing his power to soar at that moment. Boom! When the god power was moving toward Ling Xiao's meridians, the roaring, majestic energy had broken through the bottleneck of the peak of the low level. He had broken through to the middle level of incipient god realm without any accident. Ling Xiao's body was surrounded by 5 completely different kinds of power. The shadows of the dragons roared continuously, filling the space with a noble atmosphere. Chapter 1577. In the boundless outer space, on a small piece of land surrounded by an illusory formation, 5 shadows of real dragons with different colors roared and soared into the sky. They had an imposing manner like the sky, and their majestic auras were endless. A 5-colored figure that seemed like a true dragon soared into the sky, and it instantly charged towards outer space. Numerous powerful and overbearing palm shadows, fist shadows, and leg shadows blasted out violently, and they shattered much of the turbulent space in the surroundings. Rumble. Terrifying sounds reverberated in this space. That power was really astonishing. Each of them was enough to destroy the sun, moon, and stars. In the direction of the blast, waves after waves of breathtaking energy flashed in the air. When everything calmed down, the slender and straight figure was like a mountain, giving people a feeling that he was invisible, tall, steady, and unshakable. After 5 years, Ling Xiao finally broke through to the middle-level Supreme Master realm in this land. He had become an upper-level figure among the supreme and incipient God realm experts. He was no longer an upstart who had just entered the Supreme Master realm. At this moment, he looked incomparably extraordinary. His aura was even more extraordinary. Each of his moves had a great momentum descending, and he had the divine might of his body movement. When he restrained his aura, he was a handsome and elegant young man. He was a reserved and charming existence. After this breakthrough, Ling Xiao was no longer as excited and crazy as before. He just had a complacent look on his face, and then he restored his calmness. His many years of experience and improvement over the years had already caused him to be even more composed and composed. His God soul had reached the middle-level high level, and his body was at the middle-level Supreme Master realm. In comparison, he was naturally not too excited. Congratulations, my husband, for reaching another level. Lu Piapiao walked with the wind like a fairy of the moon. She wore a faint smile on her face as she congratulated Ling Xiao. Now, with the help of the wind attribute Genesis Stone, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. She had entered the middle level from the early stage, and her aura was incomparable to the past. The Genesis Stone was indeed the purest and most primitive energy stone. In just a few years, Lu Piapiao's progress was already very fast. Ling Xiao moved slightly and came to Lu Piapiao's side. He caressed the beauty and laughed. Haha, of course. After a pause, he continued. We can return to the Blue Moon space now, lest your master and Senior Feng worry. Well, we have been out for a long time. It's time to go back, Lu Piapiao said with a smile. The two of them packed up their belongings, sat on the ghost, and began their journey back. At this moment, other than the two of them, there was also Dragon Fifth, the prodigal, Xiaojin, and Muscle. They had all transformed into humans, and were following behind them. Dragon Fifth had gone through many battles, and absorbed a lot of metal attribute primordial energy on the domain path. He had reached the peak of intermediate stage 11, and was not far from the advanced stage. The prodigal had already reached level 11. Not long ago, Xiaojin and Muscle had used the power of the Golden Dragon Wind Stone to accelerate their advancement. In a short period of time, they had become level 11 holy beasts. Their strength had already surpassed many holy beasts. All of this had a lot to do with the opportunity that Ling Xiao had given them. However, with their aptitude, they could only reach the intermediate stage 11 at most. It would be an extravagant hope for them to reach the advanced stage. After all, it was not easy for their bloodline power to support them to this stage. Many mutated holy beasts had stopped at level 9 or level 10, and could not advance any further. As for the dragon horse, it was still a little weaker. However, it had already obtained the dragon blood to transform its body. Its future prospects were even higher than Xiaojin and Muscle. Along the way, Ling Xiao was in a good mood. From time to time he would find an excuse to have sex with Lu Piapiao and enjoy the bliss of having multiple partners. During this trip, Ling Xiao had finally rescued the 9-colored exquisite tree and obtained the wood attribute primordial stone after a lot of hardships. It was definitely a worthwhile trip. Moreover, he had unexpectedly obtained the wind attribute primordial stone. If he were to bring this back to the clan, it would definitely be an uplifting event. As long as he obtained the light, dark, and thunder primordial stones, he would be able to complete most of the steps. Then he would find a divine grade formation master to set up the primordial formation and activate the new vitality of the Xianling continent. Then he would be able to rescue his elder ancestor and restore the Xianling continent to its ancient prosperity. This was indeed something to be happy about. When he passed by the winged men's territory again, Ling Xiao had the urge to set up an illusory formation to control and kill all the winged men. However, he had seen the power of the winged men. Their light attribute had an incredible effect. Perhaps it could break his illusory formation. Moreover, the winged men had a top-notch ancient divine artifact called the Light Divine Mirror. It had an unknown and terrifying power. Just like the Golden Dragon altar of the Kim people, it was an ancient divine artifact of the winged men. Once it was used, even a peak supreme being would have to retreat. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to endure it for the time being. He had to postpone his revenge. If one of the two peak supreme beings on the Kim people's ranking list came back, he believed that he could fight with the winged men. Unfortunately, the two of them had already gone to some unknown place in the outer space. There had been no news of them for many years. It is better to rely on myself than others. It seems that it is time to use the power of the chaotic burial space to help me destroy the winged men and the demon tiger clan to obtain these two kinds of primordial stones. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Since they had killed all the pirates along the way when they came here, they didn't encounter much disturbance on their way back. They returned to the Green Moon space smoothly. Back in the Green Moon space, Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao were warmly received. Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had a close relationship with Feng Qingyang, the alliance master of the Qingfeng alliance. Naturally, the others didn't dare to neglect them. Feng Qingyang hadn't gone out for many years. He had been accompanying his long-lost sister, as if he had endless things to say to her. Haha, good boy. It has been less than 10 years, and you have improved by 1 level. I really don't know how you did it. Feng Qingyang looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was so powerful. He didn't know what kind of opportunity he had, or what kind of monstrous physique he had, that allowed Ling Xiao to improve so quickly. Haha, Senior Feng, you flatter me. I'm just not used to staying put, so I wandered around. I guess I've gained something. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Well, it seems that you have a heaven-defying opportunity. Even Piapiao has benefited from it. It's not in vain that I helped you too. With Feng Qingyang's eyesight, he could already tell that Ling Xiao and Lu Piapiao had become cultivation partners. Lu Piapiao, who was beside Ling Xiao, blushed. She glanced at Ling Xiao but was too embarrassed to speak. Feng Lanling said indifferently, since Piapiao has chosen to follow you, you can't let her suffer. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. She only had one disciple, and she had always treated Lu Piapiao like her own daughter. Now that Lu Piapiao had suddenly followed Ling Xiao, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. Ling Xiao had the 9-colored exquisite tree in his sea of consciousness, and a large amount of exquisite dragon qi. He could see through Feng Lanling's thoughts and understand the woman's good intentions. Senior, don't worry. I will always treat Piapiao well. Whoever wants to hurt her will be against me. No matter who he is, I will fight him to the death. Ling Xiao said very solemnly. Lu Piapiao was his woman, and he treated his woman the best in his life. Naturally, he couldn't let others bully her. Feng Lanling's expression became better after hearing Ling Xiao's words. By the way, Ling Xiao, what are your plans next? Have you ever thought of staying in the Blue Moon space to develop? With your title as the Supreme God of Medicine, it won't be difficult for the Alliance to give you the position of Supreme Elder. In the future, when you advance another level, the position of Deputy Chief will be yours. Feng Qingyang said temptingly. He admired Ling Xiao more and more. He thought that Ling Xiao had too many secrets and great luck that others couldn't have. If Ling Xiao could stay in the Green Wind Alliance, he could definitely make the Alliance famous and attract more supreme experts and incipient God Realm experts to join. However, Ling Xiao refused again, saying, Senior Feng, thank you for your kindness, but I have to go back to my clan. That's my route. I don't want to develop in outer space for the time being. It's a pity. It seems like no one can inherit Absolute Beginning's legacy, Feng Qingyang said with a regretful face. If someone knew that Ling Xiao had received a top invitation from Feng Qingyang to join the Green Wind Alliance, but Ling Xiao had directly rejected it, they would all be so jealous that they would go crazy. The Green Wind Alliance was one of the top alliances on the East Territory Road. Joining them and becoming a great superior was an extraordinary and honorable privilege. Then Ling Xiao asked Ning Qinggang about Yuan Zhantian. This time, Ning Qinggang finally brought him good news. Yuan Zhantian had once appeared in the extreme gold turbulence space, which wasn't too far from here. However, at that time, Yuan Zhantian had been chased by the Red Snake Gang and disappeared near the extreme gold turbulence space. Although the extreme gold turbulence space wasn't as terrifying as the stormy space, it was similar to the scorched stone space. It wasn't a place that ordinary supreme experts could come and go as they pleased. Extreme gold qi often appeared there. It was an invincible and terrifying energy that could cut any supreme expert's incipient God realm divine body into pieces. Yuan Zhantian had appeared in that area. It seemed like he had obtained some good fortune. Of course, it was also possible that the Red Snake Gang or other supreme experts who wanted to deal with him had forced him into a dead end. That was why he had fled there to seek refuge. After confirming the news, Ling Xiao didn't want to stay here any longer. He wanted to go and rescue Yuan Zhantian as soon as possible. Ning Qinggang had wanted to lend Ling Xiao a hand, but Ling Xiao had rejected him. It was better not to owe him favors. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to repay them in the future. For this mission, Ling Xiao didn't bring Lu Pialiu with him. He wanted her to stay by her master's side and have a good chat with him. After all, it wouldn't be right for him to leave so soon after returning. Moreover, he could solve all the problems by himself. After settling everything, Ling Xiao rushed to the extreme gold turbulence space at top speed. Chapter 1578. The extreme metal turbulence space wasn't too far from the Blue Moon space. It was a turbulent area that often produced metal-class divine items. That area often had metal-class turbulent flows with great lethality. Metal-class was known as the sharpest power. When it reached its peak, of course, it would be terrifying. In this extreme metal turbulence space, the most dangerous thing was the extreme metal chi. Each flow of extreme metal chi wasn't weaker than an attack from a supreme expert or incipient God realm expert. Moreover, each flow of extreme metal chi carried an incomparably sharp power that could cut through ordinary ancient god weapons and divine armors. Thus, ordinary supreme experts or incipient god realm experts didn't dare to enter this place. Only those with mid-grade or higher ancient god weapons and divine armors, or supreme incipient god realm experts with powerful bodies would take the risk to enter. Currently, there was a figure shuttling through this space. Occasionally, when the extreme metal turbulence appeared, it was immediately smashed away by that person's staff. When the metal pole chi dissipated, most of the scattered metal pole chi's residual energy was absorbed into his mouth to strengthen his divine power. Although this figure had a human shape, his body was covered with needle-like golden hair. Waves of dazzling god light sparkled unceasingly. He wore a golden hoop on his head, a golden staff in his hand, and a suit of golden armor. His entire body exuded a thick, evil aura. Wasn't he Yuan Zhantian, who had separated from Ling Xiao in the scorched stone space? Previously, after he had separated from Ling Xiao, he had brought the long-arm Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King to the Blue Moon space. However, Yuan Zhantian's characteristics were too obvious. The other supreme experts or incipient god realm experts of the Red Snake Gang had discovered him and started to hunt him down. Although Yuan Zhantian's god power was strong, his realm was still too low. As a result, he didn't stand a chance against so many pursuers. To protect him, the long-arm Iron Monkey King and Diamond Ape King had stayed behind to block the pursuers. That was how Yuan Zhantian had managed to escape and hide in this extreme metal turbulence space. Yuan Zhantian's inheritance of the sacred battle ape proved that he had great luck. After falling into the extreme metal turbulence and experiencing a series of dangers, he finally had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a clump of extreme metal power that hadn't dissipated. His strength had already risen from the early low level to the middle low level sovereign realm. Furthermore, he could also cultivate and absorb the extreme metal power that surged out. After more than 10 years of hard work, his strength had already reached the peak of the low rank, and he could even develop the metal aura to attack with terrifying destructive power. Based on his individual battle prowess, only supreme martial artists who had reached the peak of the middle level or above would be able to fight him. He knew that it wasn't easy to attain the strength of a mid-level supreme martial artist in the extreme metal turbulence. Moreover, he wanted to know more about Ling Xiao, so he wanted to go out and look for Ling Xiao. However, the members of the Red Snake Gang couldn't find fault with Ling Xiao, so they could only vent their anger on Yuan Zhantian. Moreover, they also wanted to snatch the inheritance of the sacred battle ape from Yuan Zhantian. There was a vice president of the Red Snake Gang who knew this evil secret art of snatching inheritances, so they were determined to get Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian had just come out of the extreme metal turbulence, and he was being chased by the members of the Red Snake Gang. He wasn't as fast as Ling Xiao, and he couldn't control puppets to fight. Naturally, it was more difficult for him to fend off the encirclement of so many people. If it weren't for his strong physique and unlimited battle prowess, he might have already been captured by others. Right now he wasn't in a good state either. There were many wounds on his body, and there were two types of extreme force that were hard to dispel and tangled him, preventing him from completely recovering his divine body. One of these two types of power was the power of the origin of fire, and the other was the evil poison qi. Both were destroying his physical body. There was a hideous wound on his chest, and there was a black poison qi on his thigh. He'd been chased and injured by the two vice presidents of the Red Snake Gang, and if he hadn't exerted all his strength to the limit, he'd probably have been captured alive by them a long time ago. They had been careless and didn't want to kill Yuan Zhantian directly, which gave him the opportunity to escape. Yuan Zhantian was already familiar with the extreme metal turbulence. After avoiding many of the extreme metal qi, he sat cross-legged in a place with metal and stone. He looked extremely weak. He wanted to absorb the power of metal here and force the two powerful origin forces away, but he still couldn't do it. At this time, more than a dozen people had entered the extreme metal turbulence. These people all had awe-inspiring expressions and extraordinary auras. They were all wearing exquisite divine armors. These people were the members of the Red Snake Gang. Among them, there were two vice presidents, and one of them was a peak supreme being. There were also 4 high-level supreme beings and 8 mid-level supreme beings. These people were the top existences of the Red Snake Gang. Among them, the one riding a high-level level 11 red-scaled snake was the vice president of the Red Snake Gang, Bei Liyan. He was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but he didn't look that old. He was just a middle-aged man, with a ball of origin flame floating above his palm. This kind of origin flame wasn't any weaker than the demonic demon flame that Ling Xiao currently possessed. No wonder he couldn't suppress it after it injured Yuan Zhantian. If Yuan Zhantian didn't have a monstrous body, he would have been burned to ashes. The vice president of the Red Snake Gang next to him was a middle-aged woman. She was tall and slender, and her figure was plump and voluptuous. She wore a dark green divine robe that revealed a lot of her private parts. Her skin was as pink as a teenager's, and it made the Supreme Being and incipient God Realm experts behind her swallow their saliva. Chu Miao was a high-level Supreme Being. Although she was flirtatious to the bone, ordinary Supreme Beings didn't dare to approach her because she had another title, the Red Venomous Snake. Her entire body carried a deadly poison. If one was careless and got poisoned by her origin poison, they would end up with nothing left of their bodies. Moreover, she was the woman of the Red Snake Gang's president. Chu Zhenlu was Chu Miao's cousin. Chu Zhenlu's death had enraged her, so she came out of her seclusion to chase after Yuan Zhantian with Bei Liyan. Originally, she wanted to find Ling Xiao to vent her anger. However, the Qingfeng League had announced that Ling Xiao was a member of their Qingfeng League. Whoever dared to touch him would be an enemy of the Qingfeng League. The Red Snake Gang was warned by the people of the Qingfeng League that they were not allowed to touch Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the Red Snake Gang would be annihilated. Although the Red Snake Gang had a small reputation among the many alliances, it was still a far cry from the Qingfeng League, which had an invincible supreme being like Feng Qingyang. Therefore, they did not dare to touch Ling Xiao. This gave Ling Xiao a lot of peace when he was rushing to the disaster zone. Do you think you can survive by escaping into the metal turbulence? How naive. Bei Liyan sneered. Big brother Bailey, you can't be careless. I'm very afraid of the extreme metal turbulence here. You have to take care of me. Min Miao's voice was like a young girl's, penetrating and seductive. Those who did not know her well would think that she had feelings for you. In fact, this was her nature. She was used to debauchery. However, for the past tens of thousands of years, no one had heard of her having an affair with a man. Sister-in-law, you must be joking. Let's hurry up and catch up with that kid. If we can capture him alive, we can create another battle sacred physique. Our league will have one more valiant general in the future. Bei Liyan, who was already used to Min Miao's tone, replied indifferently. The group of them shuttled back and forth rapidly. The metal chi that surged out was dispersed by their combined strength. However, the deeper they went, the more metal chi surged out, hindering their movements and slowing them down. After all, the metal chi was too powerful. Just a touch of it would result in broken limbs. No matter how strong they were, they had to be cautious. I can already smell his aura. He is nearby. Everyone split up and attacked together. Let's destroy this place. I don't believe he won't come out. Min Miao's divine telekinesis kept scanning. She had already smelled the evil poison chi that she had left on Yuan Zhantian. As soon as she finished speaking, the others were about to attack. However, a powerful explosion suddenly exploded on the left. Boom. When the explosion rang out, there was a sudden change in the surrounding space. Streams of metal chi that were even more terrifying than before swept out. Swoosh. These streams of metal chi contained terrifying destructive power. Even a mid-grade ancient god artifact could not withstand them. Among the 14 people, a few of them had their divine bodies cut into pieces by the dense extreme metal chi. Divine blood splattered continuously, causing them to shriek in pain. They attacked in all directions, destroying all the metal chi. This caused the surrounding space to tremble continuously. "Little bastard, come out!" After Bai Lian roared. He heavily waved a strong fiery fist in one direction. A shocking explosion rang out. Many metal attribute stones were immediately turned into dust. Yuan Zhantian, who was in that direction, immediately dashed out. He did not fight head-on. Instead, he dragged his body and fled in another direction. Now that he was seriously injured, he didn't even have the ability to fight with these people. However, before he could escape far, a wind-attributed high-level supreme martial artist blocked his path, sending a gust of wind shadow leg light towards him. Yuan Zhantian could not avoid it. He roared and the golden rod in his hand shone brightly. It enveloped the person. Yuan Zhantian was only at the peak of the low level. How could he be a match for this person? In an instant he was sent flying. Bai Lian and Min Miao rushed over immediately. Two different origin energy descended on Yuan Zhantian, wreaking havoc on his body. He struggled and roared. His body grew larger as he tried to break out of the encirclement again. Trying to escape? That's impossible. Min Miao laughed. A green net appeared in her hand, and she threw it at Yuan Zhantian. In an instant, the green net expanded in size. Waves of poisonous green gas spilled out and quickly enveloped Yuan Zhantian, completely trapping him within. Chapter 1579. That green net was an ancient god weapon that Chu Miao had refined with her poisonous aura. First, Yuan Zhantian was injured. Then he was trapped by the green net. He struggled to break free, only to find that the green net was getting tighter and tighter. Streaks of blood appeared all over his body, and a considerable amount of poisonous chi seeped into his body, corroding his nerves and divine power. Roar! Yuan Zhantian's saint blood boiled. A flow of terrifying energy burst out, reaching the peak of mid-level Great Master. His body enlarged, causing the green net to swell until it almost broke. You're really tenacious. Unfortunately, it's just a last-ditch struggle. Chu Miao sneered. As soon as she finished speaking, the other incipient God Realm experts attacked again, bombarding Yuan Zhantian. Yuan Zhantian was dizzy. His body was badly injured. His god power couldn't be sustained anymore. His aura plummeted. He was completely captured by the green net. Run away. Do you think you're so great just because you're a sacred battle ape? Chu Miao kicked Yuan Zhantian, her voice full of disdain. Yuan Zhantian endured the pain. His eyes were filled with hostility as he glared at Chu Miao. He really wanted to smash this woman to death. However, he knew that it was useless to do anything now. He had used all of his energy, but he still couldn't escape from their encirclement. It seemed that only death awaited him. Bring him back. When the time comes, we'll extract his inheritance and bloodline. Our Red Snake Gang will have another sacred battling ape. Bai Lian sneered. Then they grabbed Yuan Zhantian and dashed out of the extreme gold turbulence space, returning to the Red Snake Gang's territory. Not long after they left, a figure dashed out of this space. This figure was none other than Ling Xiao, who had just arrived from the Blue Moon space. He looked around and sensed the movements in his surroundings. Then he squeezed out a drop of blood and scattered it in this space. He closed his eyes and began to sense everything that had happened here. The blood of an incipient God Realm expert had many magical uses, but ordinary people wouldn't use it often. However, Ling Xiao had to do this for Yuan Zhantian because he considered Yuan Zhantian as his own brother. Oh no, Brother Yuan is in trouble. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and shouted. After a pause, he frowned and said, "They haven't left for long. We should be able to catch up with them now." Immediately after, he rode on the ghost and transformed into a gust of wind as he chased after the Red Snake Society members. The ghost possessed a speed that was comparable to the wind attribute. Over the past few years, it had followed Ling Xiao as he roamed the outer realms and had gained a lot. Its strength had improved a lot, so its speed had naturally increased. After the Red Snake Gang captured Yuan Zhantian, they did not immediately rush back to their territory. After all, there wouldn't be too many people who would make things difficult for them on the domain path. Furthermore, their group was so powerful that not everyone would dare to stop them. Yuan Zhantian had become a prisoner. His divine power was sealed, and his divine body was being ravaged by the evil poison qi. He looked extremely miserable, and it was almost impossible for him to escape. At first he struggled, but he gradually gave up. In the eyes of Bailey Yen and Chu Miao, he should have accepted his fate. However, they did not know that Yuan Zhantian and Ling Xiao had already sensed each other. He already knew that Ling Xiao was rushing over at full speed. Therefore, he stopped struggling and quietly waited for Ling Xiao to come to his rescue. At this moment, he had to admit that besides his personal combat power, Ling Xiao had an even more abnormal ability and reliance that he could not compare to. "Oh, someone seems to be chasing us?" Bailey Yen was the strongest among them. Suddenly, he sensed that someone was rushing over from afar. "Brother Bailey, maybe they are not chasing us. They might just be passing by," Chu Miao said as she raised her guard. The two incipient God Realm experts who were restraining Yuan Zhantian were already on guard. Suddenly, one or two of the holy beasts under the Supreme's mounts roared and glared in Yuan Zhantian's direction. They seemed to have discovered something. Bang bang! All of a sudden, two dragon palms appeared and smashed the heads of the two middle-level Supremes who were restraining Yuan Zhantian. They did not even have time to scream, let alone discover where the enemy was. Their deaths were really inexplicable. By the time the others realized what had happened, Yuan Zhantian, who was trapped in the green net, had already been grabbed by a dragon claw and flown away. "Who is so daring to kill a member of our Red Snake Gang?" Bailey Yin shouted in shock. A fiery fist was thrown in the direction that Yuan Zhantian was flying to. He did not seem to care about Yuan Zhantian's life at all. He still used all his strength in this punch. The power of fire was abnormally overbearing, like a huge fire snake biting out. The power of this move was something that even a high-level supreme martial artist would not be able to withstand easily. However, the speed of the person who saved Yuan Zhantian was extremely fast. The speed at which he was pulling Yuan Zhantian increased by several folds, allowing him to dodge the attack and bring Yuan Zhantian far away, disappearing without a trace. "Bastard, let's go after him." Bailey Yin was enraged that his attack had failed. He immediately roared and chased in that direction. The others did not stay idle either. They immediately burst into action and chased after him. Chu Miao, on the other hand, was much calmer. She said in a sweet voice, "Brother Bailey, don't be anxious. That person is definitely his companion. Watch me make him stay." With that, Chu Miao sneered. She formed a seal with both hands and an invisible force rippled out. Yuan Zhantian, who had already escaped far away, let out a shrill scream. His divine body was entangled and shrunk by the green net, strangling him tightly. Net marks appeared on his body and blood splattered everywhere. He looked extremely miserable. If the green net had shrunk a little more, he would have been strangled to death. Fortunately, he had the body of a sacred battle ape. Otherwise, he would have been turned into a pool of blood and died. "Brother Yuan, let me help you." The invisible man cried out in alarm. A ball of deep purple flame rose up and burned towards the green net, wanting to completely refine it. However, this green net was already a mid-grade ancient god artifact. It would not be easy to destroy it. Ling Xiao go. Don't worry about me, Yuan Zhantian said with a pained expression. Impossible. You and I are brothers. How can I leave you behind? Watch me tear it apart. The invisible Ling Xiao shouted. He retracted the flame and grabbed at the green net with both hands. He ignored the poisonous qi and used all his strength to tear it apart. The green net was very flexible. Even with Ling Xiao's spiritual soul and body, which were comparable to high-grade ancient god artifacts, he could not tear it apart immediately. Fortunately, it reduced Yuan Zhantian's pain. At this time, Bai Liyan, Chu Miao, and the others had already caught up. You can't escape. Die obediently. Bai Liyan shouted again and punched at them from a distance. This power was enough to destroy all stars in tens of thousands of miles of space. This was the divine strength of a peak supreme being. It was far beyond imagination, and was not a realm that anyone could reach. Hiss. At this moment, cracks appeared on the green net. It was torn apart by Ling Xiao's strong, blade-like palms. The fiery fist had already arrived. Ling Xiao's spiritual soul turned around and responded with a palm strike. Rumble. The fist and the palm collided. The divine strength collided, causing the entire area to explode. Two completely different forces flew out like brilliant fireworks. Ling Xiao did not have enough strength, but he was still able to compete with his opponent. He protected Yuan Zhantian and was sent flying far away. He was not seriously injured. When Ling Xiao's real body broke through to the mid-level Supreme Being, his spiritual soul was already at the mid-level of the high-level Supreme Being. Now that his combat strength had increased by 70 times, he could naturally fight against a peak Supreme Being. Ling Xiao used Bai Liyan's qi to pull Yuan Zhantian and escape at full speed. It was not that he was afraid of Bai Liyan, but he wanted to reunite with his real body. Only then would he have more helpers. Only then would he be able to fight with all his might. His spiritual soul doppelganger had left his real body and chased after them. Bastard, if you have the guts, stay and fight for 3,000 rounds. Bai Liyan shouted in exasperation. He really did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. Not only could he block his attack, he could also escape with others. Moreover, he could not see his opponent's figure. If he let them escape this time, once a supreme being of this level decided to take revenge, it would be impossible to guard against. It would definitely cause endless troubles in the future. Bai Liyan no longer dared to be careless. Ignoring Chu Miao and the others behind him, he increased his speed and chased after Ling Xiao's spiritual soul and Yuan Zhantian. Waves of majestic energy rushed out continuously, causing explosions along the way. Many spatial turbulences were replaced by fiery fists. Although Bai Liyan's strength was at the peak, he was not of the wind attribute like Ling Xiao. Furthermore, he also possessed the storm movement technique. If Ling Xiao wanted to escape at full speed, apart from people like Feng Qingyang, there would probably be very few people who could catch up to him. After half a day, Ling Xiao's spiritual soul and Yuan Zhantian finally reunited with his real body. Ling Xiao had already summoned the remaining 30-odd Supreme Being puppets and set up a formation to await Bai Liyan's arrival. Ling Xiao first fed Yuan Zhantian a divine elixir to help him recover a little. He also helped Yuan Zhantian absorb the origin flames. The evil poison qi was a little more troublesome. Fortunately, the innate chilling wind bead was able to absorb it, freeing Yuan Zhantian from the pain of being tortured. Bai Liyan shuttled out of the space. Looking at Ling Xiao and the others, he bellowed. Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Red Snake Gang? Humph, is the Red Snake Gang that great? How dare you hurt my brother? As you wish. I will fight with you for 3,000 rounds and cut off your head to vent my brother's hatred. Ling Xiao's spiritual soul appeared. With a cold snort, he attacked Bai Liyan. Now that Ling Xiao's spiritual soul had reached this level, he really wanted to exchange blows with an opponent of this level. Therefore, he did not want to use his spiritual soul to directly kill Bai Liyan. Chapter 1580. Ling Xiao had the soul-controlling art, and could use soul power to attack. He had a unique advantage. However, he had the blood of the Kim people in him, and had the warlike personality of dragons. Hence, he naturally did not want to let go of an opponent who could make his blood boil. Ling Xiao's divine spirit used the dragon step, and his body moved his golden palms. Golden dragons tore through the air and roared at Bai Li Yen with a strong emperor's might. Bai Li Yen only felt his eardrums vibrate violently, and his blood and qi churned. However, he was powerful and recovered in an instant. He also sent several fiery fists at Ling Xiao. The fiery fists were like snakes, bringing with them a scorching aura. The blazing flames could burn the sky and evaporate the sea, incinerating everything. The fists and palms collided again, and the power exploded again. This time, Ling Xiao's divine spirit was not forced back. Instead, he could fight head-on with the other party. Bai Li Yen frowned, and his power rose rapidly. In an instant, he sent out 8 fists again. The 8 fists were like snakes, and the 8 fists were like the sky. The fist intent was awe-inspiring and torrential. To be able to reach such a realm, Bai Li Yan's tenbin naturally could not be compared to ordinary people. His comprehension of the fist intent was even deeper and more perfect than Ling Xiao's. How could Ling Xiao dare to be careless? The Emperor Dragon Heaven Destroying Art's third move, Icebreaker Mountains and Rivers, blasted out. Ice dragons suddenly appeared one after another. That bone-chilling power froze all those fire snakes. Humph! You want to freeze my flames with this bit of ice power? Dream on. Bai Li Yen snorted coldly and concentrated his power again. The fiery snakes instantly burned and vaporized the ice dragons and ice mountains that were tens of thousands of meters long. Not only that, but these 8 fiery snakes continued to surround Ling Xiao. They revealed malevolent and sinister intentions, wanting to devour Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was as still as a mountain. It was as if he had no fear of these 8 huge red snakes. When he saw that they were about to reach him, he spread out his hands and a spatial shackling power wrapped around the 8 red snakes. He opened his mouth and sucked in the 8 fire snakes into his stomach. Bai Li Yen frowned deeply and shouted, "It seems that you also have an origin flame. This old man has truly underestimated you. However, you will still die." As soon as he finished speaking, a red-scaled snake appeared beneath his feet, and an ancient divine weapon appeared in his hand. This red-scaled snake was a descendant of the primordial era, and its bloodline was extremely pure. Being able to reach this step already proved everything. Its entire body was suffused with a blood-red color, and its snake eyes were filled with traces of scarlet. Its snake tongue was constantly flicking, and its scales were flickering with bursts of flames. At that moment, Bai Li Yen had already decided to go all out to kill off Ling Xiao and the others. Chu Miao and the others also rushed over at this time, and the two sides formed a stalemate. Chu Miao stared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "So it's you, brat. Do you really think that you can ignore our Red Snake Gang just because you have the Qingfeng Alliance to rely on?" Ever since Ling Xiao and the others killed the members of the Red Snake Gang, their portraits had already been spread out, making it easier for others to capture them. Chu Zhenlu had been killed by Ling Xiao, so Chu Miao naturally remembered Ling Xiao's image clearly. If it weren't for the Qingfeng Alliance's forceful interference, she definitely wouldn't have let Ling Xiao off. If it weren't for your Red Snake Gang chasing after us, we wouldn't have been forced to resist. Today, you've injured my brother, so all of you will stay here and become my puppets. Kill them." Ling Xiao snorted coldly and immediately gave the order to kill. His 30-odd sovereign puppets charged out at the same time. Ling Xiao's divine sense also found Bai Li Yen again. As long as this person couldn't split himself, the others were no longer a threat. After all, there was a ghost around, and its soul power attacks could coordinate with the others to capture and kill the other party's people. The only troublesome ones were the few high-level supreme martial artists. Fortunately, there were high-level existences among Ling Xiao's puppets, so the situation was in his favor. However, although Chu Miao was a high-level supreme martial artist, her poisonous aura was extremely domineering. When she released her full strength, the corrosive power was so terrifying that ordinary people couldn't even think of getting close to her. Moreover, once they came into contact with her poisonous aura, it would be difficult for them to get rid of it. In just a few moves, a few sovereign puppets fell into her trap and immediately lost their fighting power. There were even some weaker ones who were completely corroded and died on the spot. You really have some skills. Let me test you out. Ling Xiao sneered and his real body shot toward Chu Miao. Ling Xiao's real body had reached the mid-level supreme martial artist level, but he hadn't had a good fight yet. Now his real body and divine sense had both found the two strongest opponents and started fighting. Chu Miao was of the wood attribute. The power of her source universe suddenly appeared, and it was like a poisonous space of ghost trees. Once it enveloped the opponent, they would immediately be entangled by these tree vines, and then be completely corroded by the poisonous barrier. At the same time, she actually knew the art of seduction. There were many half-naked and graceful young girls dancing striptease, emitting waves of seduction and ecstasy. Any cultivator with a weak heart would be unable to extricate themselves, and she would have the opportunity to take advantage of them. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's sovereign puppets were all under his orders. They only knew how to attack the enemy, and didn't have any other thoughts. They only knew how to kill mercilessly. You guys go and kill the others. Leave this woman to me. Ling Xiao's imperial dragon heaven-destroying art attacked Chu Miao's head. The golden dragon roared. The dragon's tip was like a blade, and its body was like a mountain. It pounced towards Chu Miao. Chu Miao looked at Ling Xiao, her eyes like silk. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and her breasts were half exposed. She laughed like a silver bell. What a handsome young man. Do you have the heart to hurt me? The average person couldn't withstand her art of seduction, especially a handsome young man like Ling Xiao, who was even more susceptible to it. Unfortunately, she had underestimated Ling Xiao. The golden dragon mercilessly smashed down. Chu Miao frowned slightly and instantly retreated. She continued to tempt him. Little brother, you're so cruel. You're actually willing to destroy a flower. Tui. You old woman, aren't you embarrassed to show off? Try seducing me when you're 18 in your next life. Ling Xiao let out a maniacal laugh and changed his style. Round after round of blazing suns came crashing down from the sky. The power of the blazing fire was unparalleled. Chu Miao's expression changed drastically. She was furious. Little bastard, I'll refine you into a poisonous person and make you my slave forever. As her delicate voice fell, many poisonous trees and poisonous barriers blasted towards Ling Xiao's head. Boom, boom. Chu Miao's strength was above Ling Xiao's, but Ling Xiao's combat power had increased by 70 times, and he was also attacking with heavenly fire. Most of her poisonous trees were burnt to a crisp. Chu Miao was shocked. She didn't expect that the young man in front of her, who was only a mid-level cultivator, would have such terrifying combat power. Myriad fiend poison sea. Chu Miao didn't dare to hide her strength anymore. Her delicate hands kept striking upwards, and a large area of poisonous forest and sea wrapped around Ling Xiao. These poisonous trees were Chu Miao's strongest and most terrifying existence. She had only used less than a third of her poison power against Yuan Zhantian. Otherwise, Yuan Zhantian would have been poisoned to death. Ling Xiao's heavenly fire seemed to have disintegrated. Thick purple flames appeared around him, and fire dragons burned all the poisonous trees to ashes, preventing them from getting close to him. You're just a bunch of poisonous creatures, and you want to hurt me? Die. Ling Xiao shouted coldly, and the 9 suns sky-burning fist blasted mercilessly at Chu Miao. Countless waves of fire splashed in all directions. The 9 colored suns were like the end of the world, destroying everything in the area. Chu Miao couldn't dodge at all. Ling Xiao's attack was no less powerful than a high-level supreme master's, and it was even more overbearing. It restrained her poison, and she couldn't do anything about it. Damn it. Chu Miao kept retreating while defending with all her might. She hated being touched by these flames the most. Chu Miao was, after all, a high-level supreme martial artist, but she was forced to retreat by Ling Xiao's real body. It was unbelievable. The gap between different levels was huge. Even if it was an attribute that countered each other, it would be difficult to restrain an opponent of a higher level. However, Ling Xiao was able to do this, and it was really amazing. Ling Xiao's divine soul was not as relaxed as his real body. Bai Liyan was a famous figure with a considerable reputation in the domain path. Every single attack of his contained a terrifying power that could shatter the divine body of any high-rank sovereign. His high-rank flames weren't something that an ordinary person could withstand. Once they came into contact with it, it would be impossible for them to escape. His fire fist was also extraordinary, and it contained a perfect fist intent with his bare hands. It was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Ling Xiao exchanged a few blows with him with the Nine Suns sky-burning fist, but he still vomited blood and retreated. He thought that he would be on par with Bai Liyan if he increased his battle power by 70 times. Unfortunately, he realized that there was still a huge gap between them. The gap between their levels, their divine power, and their comprehension of power were not something that could be easily compared. Fortunately, Ling Xiao possessed a speed that Bai Liyan could not compare to. His storm movement technique had already reached perfection, and he could dodge Bai Liyan's attacks with all his might. Not only that, Ling Xiao made use of his speed to attack in places that Bai Liyan would not expect. Although there was a certain gap between Ling Xiao and Bai Liyan, his strength was enough to make Bai Liyan feel threatened. Bai Liyan's divine body was in so much pain that he vomited blood. At this moment, Ling Xiao descended from the sky, and with the pressure of a mountain, a series of leg shadows stomped towards Bai Liyan. Every kick carried the power of thousands of kilograms, and there was also an intense black storm that swept towards Bai Liyan. Bai Liyan threw countless punches at Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was blown away. He shouted in shock, "Brat, you're quite capable to force me to this extent, but this is as far as you can go." After saying that, a fire sword, ancient celestial weapon, appeared in his hand. His figure suddenly changed, and the sword in his hand slashed out. Mad snake devours the sky. Countless fire snakes suddenly appeared in the sky. They danced wildly, and they spat out their tongues. All of them revealed their sinister fangs as they charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt the terror of this move, and his expression became solemn. He knew that if he was entangled by these fire snakes, his divine body would explode. Chapter 1581. Bai Liyan used all his strength to attack. The sword light enveloped the entire area, and many red snakes danced wildly. Ling Xiao was surrounded by sword techniques. He didn't hesitate to use the seventh form of the Imperial Dragon Heaven Extinguishing Technique, Twin Lotus Flowers. With 3 layers of defense, he managed to block Bai Liyan's tyrannical attack. However, Ling Xiao was sent flying while vomiting blood. Many sword wounds appeared on his body, and golden blood flowed out wildly. "You actually blocked it. Good lad. Take another move from me." Bai Liyan sneered in surprise and attacked Ling Xiao again. The power that burst forth from the divine sword in his hand was even greater. Sword snakes that tore through the void continued to wreak havoc in all directions. The violent power of each attack was enough to kill any high-level supreme martial artist. Facing Bai Liyan, who had already used up all his trump cards, Ling Xiao finally entered the final fight. Ling Xiao used the storm movement technique to get as far away from Bai Liyan's attack, as he pushed all his power to the peak. He seemed to have transformed into a peerless true dragon. Divine lights of 5 different attributes flickered around his body. His entire person seemed incomparably noble and domineering. His disdainful aura was something that few people could compare to. Suddenly, 5 true dragons of different attributes soared and roared behind him. The golden dragon was in the middle, the fire dragon and ice dragon swayed left and right, and the wood dragon and wind dragon followed behind. All of them roared and charged forward at the same time. Roar. Wherever the 5 dragons passed, the world would be turned into nothingness. Numerous turbulences were swept away by the attacks. Countless spaces continued to collapse, and the 5-colored divine light continuously emitted dazzling rays of light. The 5 true dragons collided with the fire snakes, producing intense explosions. Rumble. Boundless energy splashed out in all directions, causing the rocks to explode into dust. Those who were close to the 2 of them were sent flying by the shockwaves. Many of them were seriously injured and bleeding profusely. Bai Liyan was forced to retreat by this force. He was shocked in his heart. What kind of monster is this brat? He actually cultivates 5 attributes at the same time. Bai Lian had a lot of experience, and he had seen quite a few supreme beings who cultivated 2 attributes at the same time. It was already very rare to see a supreme being who could cultivate 3 attributes at the same time. As for Ling Xiao, who did not possess the chaotic combat body, he was even more unique. After all, one had to comprehend the 5 elements to the extreme in order to reach this level. Only then would one be able to advance all the way. Many people who cultivated multiple attributes at the same time did not have much future prospects. However, there was an accident in front of them. Although Bai Lian was shocked, he still wouldn't have stage fright. At his level of strength, there was nothing that could make him feel fear. His sword light shone brightly once again, and he continuously slashed out with terrifying killing intent that could destroy everything. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, the fire snakes were wreaking havoc. Anyone, anything, would be smashed into pieces if they came close. Facing this terrifying killing intent, Ling Xiao's face carried the ancient wave realm. His palms continuously formed hand seals, and the 5 different colored true dragons burst forth once again. He put his palms together, and with a loud roar, he blasted in Bai Lian's direction with all his strength. 5 dragons become one. These 5 mighty true dragons of different colors combined together, turning into a majestic 5-colored true dragon. Its size changed to several times larger than the original 5 dragons. The mighty dragon head, glittering golden scales, and dragon claws that were like blades all exuded a vast and boundless aura. This 5-colored true dragon instantly roared, and directly charged into the sea of fire snakes, smashing them into pieces. Then it continued to blast in Bai Lian's direction. By the time Bai Lian sensed it, the 5-colored true dragon was already in front of him. Its aura was so oppressive that even a peak supreme being like him was actually frightened. "Break for me." Bai Lian suppressed the fear in his heart, and all his strength was deduced to the peak. The sword light once again slashed out angrily, and many sword lights flew towards the 5-colored true dragon. However, this 5-colored true dragon was nearly tens of thousands of meters long, and its huge body contained an incomparably terrifying power. It still ignored his power and swallowed him whole. Rumble. The power that seemed to be able to destroy the world continued to explode, and everything in this part of the world was shaken into nothingness. Not even a speck of dust remained. The people who were fighting in all directions had already fled far away. When they saw this shocking scene, their faces were covered in cold sweat. This kind of terrifying attack was definitely not something that any of them could withstand alone. Now there were only a few people left in the Red Snake's gang, and they were all terrified. Chu Miao was also afraid of Ling Xiao. Her charm technique had no effect on him, and her evil poison qi could not even get close to Ling Xiao's physical body in the slightest. When she felt the shocking power clashing again, she knew that the other side most likely also had a peak supreme being. If Bai Lian could not suppress the other side, she was afraid that all of them would die here. Chu Miao was not paying attention, and Ling Xiao had already closed in on her. He blasted out a series of attacks, and Chu Miao kept spitting out blood. If it weren't for the fact that she wasn't wearing a defensive armor, Ling Xiao would have killed her already. At this time, the tremors on the other side finally subsided. A figure quickly shot towards Chu Miao. A giant claw suddenly appeared and grabbed Chu Miao. "Run!" Chu Miao cried out in alarm. This person was Bai Lian. He had actually pulled Chu Miao away. The red-scaled snake that was fighting with Dragon Fifth also broke free, and was kept by Bai Lian. In the blink of an eye, it had already escaped millions of miles away. As for the other high-level supreme beings, they also broke free from their opponents. They did not dare to continue fighting, and fled as fast as they could. But in the end most of them were still left behind, and only 2 high-level supreme beings managed to escape. Ling Xiao's divine spirit clone had already used up all of its power, and his entire body was extremely weak. There were also many sword wounds left on his body, and it would be difficult for him to recover in a short time. Fortunately, I scared that guy away. Ling Xiao's divine spirit laughed bitterly, and turned into soul power that entered the sea of consciousness of the real body. When the soul power returned, Ling Xiao's face also became much paler. His divine spirit had indeed used up too much. He had no choice but to immediately take out the ghost spirit grass and consume it to recover the injuries to his divine spirit. At the same time, he absorbed all the remaining divine spirits that had been killed in this world, so that he could recover to his peak as soon as possible. Brother Yuan, let's leave this place first, Ling Xiao said, and quickly left this place with Yuan Zhantian, returning to the Blue Moon space for the time being. Bailey Yen, who had already escaped far away, stopped. Chu Miao was still in shock as she asked, Big Brother Bailey, is the other party really that powerful? Bang. As soon as she finished speaking, Bailey Yan's divine body instantly exploded, and the divine blood splattered all over her body, causing her to involuntarily let out a soft cry. Big Brother Bailey, how are you? Chu Miao cried out in alarm. Bailey Yin did not reply, and with great difficulty, he reassembled his divine body. He immediately took out many divine items from his spatial ring and swallowed them, recovering his injuries and some divine power. After a while he said with a pale face, That little bastard is too strong. I'm afraid it's some kind of ancient divine skill. Moreover, it's a skill that cultivates 5 elements at the same time. No wonder even I can't suppress him. It seems like we've suffered a double loss this time. The power of that attack just now was too terrifying. Even a peak sovereign like him had suffered heavy injuries, so he had no choice but to flee decisively. He was afraid that the other party still had the strength to attack, and if that happened he wouldn't be able to block it. He's really that powerful. Chu Miao said with a look of disbelief. She understood how powerful Bailey Yen was, and if even he wasn't a match for the other party, they indeed had no chance of winning. Furthermore, the other party had the advantage in numbers, so they didn't have any advantage at all. It seems that we have to admit defeat this time. Even if we ask the other members of the Red Snake Society to take action, I'm afraid that it will only anger the Cyan Wind Alliance, so it's not worth it. Bailey Yen sighed softly. What else could Chu Miao say? She also knew how powerful the Cyan Wind Alliance was. For the sake of the overall situation of the Red Snake Society, it was even more impossible for them to take revenge. Let's go. I didn't expect such a monster to appear. If he's a little more powerful, I'm afraid that he'll be comparable to Feng Qing. No, I know who that kid is. He must be that person's descendant. No wonder he's so powerful. Bailey Yen said, then suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, Descendant of what person? Chu Miao asked in confusion. The Lingba King Ling Taichu, who founded the Cyan Wind Alliance with Feng Qingyang. Bailey Yan's old eyes flashed with some fear. It's actually him. Hasn't he disappeared for many years? Chu Miao's expression changed slightly as she said, Yes, he's disappeared for many years, but that doesn't mean that he's dead. Maybe he's just returned to his homeland. Let's go, let's forget about this matter. That person is even more overbearing than Feng Qingyang. Whoever provokes him can only die. Bailey Yen said with a wry smile. He then summoned the red scale snake and sat on it. Together with Chu Miao, they left the place and returned to the base of the Red Snake Gang. In another direction, Ling Xiao brought Yuan Zhantian with him, and rushed back to the Blue Moon space at full speed. Lu Piapiao was relieved to see Ling Xiao return safely. Ling Xiao ordered Lu Piapiao to arrange a place for Yuan Zhantian to recover from his injuries. He also needed to recover before talking to Yuan Zhantian. At the same time, he also asked Lu Piapiao to ask Feng Qingyang for the 3 supreme celestial materials of metal, fire, and ice. He planned to upgrade the Golden Dragon Spear and the Ice and Fire Swords immediately after he recovered from his injuries. This was so that he wouldn't be unable to use the power of the divine weapons in battle, and wouldn't be able to exert a stronger advantage. He didn't have many weapons refining materials in his collection. He had taken some from those supreme celestial puppets, but he needed rarer and higher grade materials. He believed that Feng Qingyang would not be stingy to give him some. 3 days later, Ling Xiao finally recovered to his peak state. Lu Piapiao had also obtained some rare weapons refining materials from Feng Qingyang. He didn't come out of seclusion. Instead, he took the opportunity to use these materials to upgrade his 2 divine weapons. This time, I'll try using my spirit to see if I can upgrade them to a higher grade. Ling Xiao murmured and entered the refining state. Chapter 1582. Inside the seclusion room, Ling Xiao refined the divine materials one by one. These divine materials were extremely hard, and every one of them was a material that had to be added into the ancient divine equipment. It was not something that ordinary people could casually refine. Even though Ling Xiao used his own heavenly fire to burn them, it took him a total of 49 days to refine all of them. The golden dragon spear and the ice and fire swords had a connection with Ling Xiao, and they had the ability to evolve on their own. When these materials were refined by Ling Xiao dripped his blood essence onto them, and they immediately resonated with him. Soon, they absorbed the materials into their bodies, and evolved on their own, transforming into new shapes. This time, Ling Xiao used the blood essence of the divine spirit to reforge them, hoping that they could become high-grade ancient divine equipment in one fell swoop. That way, the power they could unleash would naturally be much stronger. However, when they were completely formed, Ling Xiao was disappointed. The blood essence of the divine spirit was not the blood essence of the divine spirit, after all. It could only elevate them to the peak of mid-grade ancient divine equipment, and not to the high grade. Fortunately, they were much more compatible with Ling Xiao. They were like Ling Xiao's left and right arms. With just a thought from Ling Xiao, they could attack as he wanted. Fortunately, their artifact souls have grown a lot stronger. Ling Xiao looked at the two artifact souls that had appeared and said with satisfaction, if others knew that Ling Xiao could elevate them to this level, they would definitely be amazed. Anyone who could continuously elevate their own weapon was definitely something to be excited about. That way they could multiply their attack power, and it was not something that other weapons of the same grade could compare to. How many people wanted to cultivate a divine equipment that could become one with them, but could not? When Ling Xiao came out of seclusion, Yuan Zhantian had already rested and reorganized himself. His entire aura was filled with even more unwillingness and hostility than before. Sooner or later, I will destroy them, Yuan Zhantian said coldly to Ling Xiao. Being captured was a great humiliation to him. If he didn't take revenge for this, he wouldn't feel good in his heart. All right, then I'll leave them for you to deal with. However, put this matter aside for the time being. We'll talk about it after you've progressed further. Ling Xiao respected Yuan Zhantian's decision. Don't worry, I know what to do. I intend to continue adventuring outside. Before I step into the higher levels, I will definitely not cause them any trouble. For now, I will spare their lives. Yuan Zhantian said solemnly. That's right. Previously, in the extreme metal turbulence space, Yuan Zhantian had obtained an opportunity to improve, and even refine the extreme metal qi. Hence, he wanted to venture into more dangerous places to speed up his improvement. This path was naturally extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness would lead to death. Since ancient times, countless people had sacrificed their lives for the sake of raising their cultivation. However, Ling Xiao agreed with Yuan Zhantian's decision. That was because he knew that Yuan Zhantian, like him, was a person with a great aura. He would not fall so easily. Yuan Zhantian informed Ling Xiao and left the Blue Moon space alone. Ling Xiao knew that the day Yuan Zhantian returned would be the day he massacred the Red Snake Gang. Seems like it's time for me to go back and report. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, and went to find Lu Piapiao. After talking with Lu Piapiao for a while, he went to bid farewell to Feng Qingyang, Ning Qinggang, and the others. This time he would be out for a long time. In order not to worry his people in the heaven domain, Ling Xiao planned to go back first and hand over the 2 Genesis stones he had obtained to his tribe. Then he would plan to deal with the Winged Men tribe and the Demon Tiger tribe to take their Genesis stones. Before leaving, Ling Xiao had traded a lot of supreme divine materials in the Cyan Wind League. After he returned to the heaven area, he would help the Heavenly Dragon Sect and the Heavenly Dragon Sect to raise more incipient God Realm experts. That way, the Kim people and the Dragon Gate would have enough support to deal with any changes in the future. Before leaving, Lu Piapiao did not go with Ling Xiao. Instead, she stayed in the Blue Moon space to become stronger. It was not that she did not want to go with Ling Xiao. It was because she knew that Ling Xiao would make a big move in the near future. She hoped that she could become stronger quickly to help him. Ling Xiao was eager to go back. He rode his ghost and rushed back to the heaven domain at full speed. Ling Xiao didn't know that when he returned to the Qingyu realm, the Qingyu realm was in chaos. Because his identity as the successor of the Soul Clan had been exposed by the Dark Shadow Clan. The Soul Clan was one of the ancient clans. They were infamous. They had offended many ancient clans. In the end, they were annihilated by the alliance of the other clans. The battle of annihilating the Soul Clan had been passed down to this day. Within the Heaven Domain, many people didn't understand the Soul Race at all. However, they felt that since the Soul Race had been exterminated by the ancient clans, then the Soul Race must be an unpardonable evil race. They imagined them to be the evilest race, and there was already hatred in their hearts. Thus, when the Dark Shadow Clan revealed that the first master alchemist of the Dragon Gate was the successor of the Soul Clan, the other clans condemned him. After that, there were many people who wanted to fish in troubled waters, and some ignorant people who stirred up a commotion. It created a wave of condemning Ling Xiao in the Heaven Domain. When the Kim people and the Dragon Gate received the news, they immediately felt pressured. Their hearts started to waver. Many of the external businesses of the Dragon Gate were attacked by some unknown forces. At first, they chose to suppress and kill them directly. They showed the strong foundation of the overlord forces, and suppressed many of them. However, this caused many rumors. It was said that the Dragon Gate had a large number of descendants of the Soul Clan. They were protected by the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. After this rumor spread, the entire realm of heaven was in an uproar. Many ancient clans and forces that had conflicts with the Kim people and the Dragon Gate were ready to take action. They wanted to form an alliance to suppress the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. The most radical ones were the Dark Shadow Clan, the Winged Men Clan, the Sword Cleansing Manor, and the Divine Axe Gang in the Sky Dragon region, the Demon Tiger Clan and the Evil Blood Cult in the Sky Sparrow region, the Ice Blade Alliance and the River Chart Sect in the Mysterious Sky region. These forces were famous existences in the big regions. Naturally, many people responded to their calls. They forced the Kim people to hand over Ling Xiao and all the members of the Soul Clan. They were ready to exterminate the remnants of the evil. They thought that with their calls, they would be able to make the big forces in the Heaven Domain join their ranks. They would form an alliance to suppress the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. However, some things were beyond their expectations. This was because while they opposed it, there was a wave of support from different people. The supporters said that the Kim people were jealous of the inheritance that Ling Xiao had obtained. They were jealous that Ling Xiao had become the supreme alchemy god. They wanted to cut off Ling Xiao's inheritance. They wanted to destroy the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. They wanted to seize the foundation of the other party. Their hearts were sinister and extremely vicious. If this wave of support was said by ordinary people, or by the people of the Kim people themselves, perhaps no one would respond. However, these words came from the overlord forces of the Heaven Domain. This caused even more people in the Heaven Domain to make a fuss about it. The representatives of the forces that supported Ling Xiao, the Kim people, and the Dragon Gate were mainly the Medicine Alliance of the Tianyuan region. There were also the Yen Clan, the Thousand Beast Alliance, the Barbarian Race, the Gu Clan, the Black Tortoise Gate, the Lotus Cult, the Xiao Clan, the Blazing Flame Merchants of the Sky Dragon region, the Sun and Moon Sect. These supporting forces were not the slightest bit inferior to the opposing forces. In fact, the name of the Medicine Alliance had even suppressed the opposing forces to the point that their voices were much weaker. With the public support of these forces, the pressure on the Kim people and the Dragon Gate was greatly reduced. No one dared to easily attack the businesses of the Dragon Gate. Even so, an undercurrent had already begun to quietly sweep through the heavenly domain. Vaguely, there was an unknown force secretly plotting against the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate had been developing rapidly in recent years. Not only had the internal strife ended, but Ling Xiao had also become the supreme alchemy god. Everything in the sect was harmonious, and everyone's strength was rapidly improving. However, because of the recent lack of rumors, the hearts of the people here were wavering. Many people hoped that Ling Xiao could appear to break these rumors and calm the people's hearts. However, more people hoped to fight for justice. This was because Ling Xiao was the only supreme alchemy god in the Dragon Gate, and the only supreme alchemy god in the Sky Dragon region. Someone wanted to break his inheritance and the luck of the Dragon Gate. Therefore, they absolutely would not bow down to those opposing forces. If anyone dared to offend them, they would definitely use all their strength to kill them. In the Kim people's territory, it was much quieter than the outside of the Dragon Gate. The Kim people were the High Human clan. With the protection of the Golden Dragon, they could be said to be fearless. If anyone wanted to attack the dragon-gazing mountain range, they absolutely had the confidence and courage to compete with any force. The Golden Dragon did not appear, but it did not mean that they would tolerate others bullying them. In the Kim people's conference hall, many supreme elders of the Kim people gathered to discuss how to solve the current situation. They all felt that a storm was coming, so they must be prepared as soon as possible. Patriarch Ling Bo was the first to speak. Xiao Er's safety concerns the future of our clan. We must not allow anything to happen to him. No matter where his inheritance came from, he is a member of the Kim people. Whoever wants to kill him, we will destroy them. Grand Elder Ling Qiu also stood up and said, "Yes, without Xiao Er, our clan cannot have more than a dozen supreme elders. He has his own fortune, but he is being targeted by outsiders. This is a provocation to our clan. I hope that all the elders will work together to protect Xiao Er and everyone around him." The Kim people were famous for their unity. Since the Patriarch and Grand Elder had spoken, the others also expressed their support for their decision. There were even a few elders who had been in seclusion for many years who came out to support the people. One of them had reached the peak of the Supreme Alchemy God stage. Although he was not on the sovereign list, his cultivation was unfathomable. He was an old undying existence among the Kim people, and was someone from the same generation as Ling Taichu. Chapter 1583. In the Antiquity time, Demon Soul City was a city directly under the Soul City. After the Soul Clan was destroyed, this city became the main territory of the Dark Shadow Clan. After that, the Dark Shadow Clan had rested and gathered all their properties. All the warriors returned to their clan to cultivate and strengthen themselves. Only Demon Soul City was left as their base in the outer world. Today, Demon Soul City had started to seal the city to prevent the residents from entering or leaving. It was a complete lockdown. The city lord's mansion was even more heavily guarded, and there were extremely powerful energy ripples coming from it. Ordinary people would not be able to get close to it at all. In the main hall of the city master's palace, there were more than 10 experts with reserved auras. If a supreme expert came here, he would see more than 10 people sitting in the hall. All of them were at the incipient god realm. Moreover, they were the elders representing the super forces in the heaven territory. If Ling Xiao were here, he would recognize the peak of the supreme expert sitting in the main seat. Surprisingly, it was Shadow Horse, the one he had fought with in outer space. After Shadow Horse had succeeded, these four brothers had been wandering for many years in outer space. They had been searching for many divine materials that could improve their fellows faster. When they were about to return, they met Ling Xiao. They wanted to take Ling Xiao's Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao and his puppets had killed them. Of the four brothers, only Shadow Horse could run away alone. He had returned to the heaven territory. After he had returned to his ancestral land, he knew that the one who had killed his three brothers was the one who had a grudge against his clan. Shadow Horse immediately knew all about Ling Xiao. He also knew that Ling Xiao was one of Kim people's men. He was also the only alchemy god in the Heaven Dragon territory. Although Shadow Horse was shocked, he wasn't afraid. He wanted to take revenge for his three dead brothers. Thus he had come personally to persuade the big forces. He had notified the ancient clans that used to have a grudge against the Soul Clan. He had created many rumors to pressure Kim people and the Dragon Gate. However, he hadn't expected that Ling Xiao had a good relationship with many powerful forces in the Heaven territory. He had supported him, which hindered his plan. Right now he had some fear in his heart, but he couldn't just let it go like this. Therefore he gathered the representatives of many forces, and prepared to deal a fatal blow to Kim people and the Dragon Gate. Guys, our Dark Shadow clan is going to use all of our forces to destroy the Kim people and the Dragon Gate. What do you think? Ingma looked at the representatives of the other forces sitting on his left and right. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, everyone revealed a somewhat moved expression. However, there were a few who seemed to be very interested. It seemed like they had some grudges with the Kim people. It's a good idea, but everyone knows that the dragon-gazing mountain range is where the Kim people live. Even if all of us go all out, we may not be able to break through that place. A supreme martial artist representative of the Devil Tiger sect replied with a sneer. This person was only a middle-level supreme being, but he was seated at the lowest position. This showed that the status of the Devil Tiger sect was higher than the other powers. It was common knowledge that the Kim people had the protection of the Golden Dragon. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the others became a little ugly. The supreme martial artist representative of the sword cleansing manor raised his eyes and said, "This matter is very important. Unless we all go all out to destroy them, it will be our end. I reserve my opinion for now. Does your sword cleansing manor also want to be the number 2 in the Heavenly Dragon area? We, the Beast People clan, are willing to fight with the Kim people. We will take the dragon pearl and suck the dragon blood." A supreme martial artist of the Beast People clan said in a buzzing voice. The murderous aura around him was awe-inspiring, giving people a bone-chilling feeling. A supreme martial artist of the Evil Blood sect said in a sinister voice, "Hee, if we really attack, it will not be easy to destroy the Kim people. They also have allies, but it should be possible to stop them from entering and leaving the outer territory." He paused for a moment and said, "However, we and the Kim people have not reached the point of death yet. What benefits will we get from helping the Dark Shadow clan? If there are no benefits, the Evil Blood sect will withdraw." The words of the supreme martial artist of the Evil Blood sect touched the bottom of these people's hearts. No one would do anything without benefits. If there were not enough benefits, no one would want to do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. I, Ingma, have been in the outer territory for many years. I have almost traveled all 4 territory roads. There are indeed some materials here. If you like them, as long as you are willing to help the Dark Shadow clan, we will naturally not treat you badly. After saying that, Ingma took out some of the rare supreme divine materials that he had collected in the outer territory for many years, and showed them to the people present. For a moment, all kinds of medicinal fragrances filled the air, and the divine materials flashed with different divine lights. Everyone's eyes turned red with envy. In the end, most of the people here decided to help the Dark Shadow clan kill the Kim people and the supreme martial artists of the Dragon Gate. A few families retreated. Although they wanted to destroy the Kim people and the Dragon Gate, they chose to kill them one by one in the end to reduce the number of the Kim people and the Dragon Gate's supreme martial artists. When the number of the supreme martial artists was reduced, it would be much easier to exterminate the entire clan. After this conspiracy was over, there were more than 40 guests outside the 9 Heavens territory of the dragon-gazing mountain range. These people were led by Ingma and other supreme martial artists at the incipient god realm of the super forces. They were waiting for the Kim people and the Dragon Gate's incipient god realm. Fortunately, the Kim people had raised their vigilance and tried their best not to go out. However, some of the Kim people's supreme martial artists who had just returned from the outer territory didn't know about this. Some of them had been killed by these people. When the Kim people suddenly found that some supreme martial artists had fallen, and their jade tubes of life had disappeared, it immediately attracted their attention and vigilance. However, they still didn't expect that the enemy was in the outer territory above them, quietly waiting for them to appear. The Kim people's Ling Fei had finally entered the ranks of the supreme martial artists with the help of the supreme divine elixir. However, unlike Ling Chun, he had reached the peak of the low-level supreme martial artist in one fell swoop. Instead, he had barely broken through to the low level. His realm wasn't stable yet. Even so, Ling Fei was extremely excited. He only felt that he was the only one in the world. No matter what kind of opponent he encountered, he had the power to fight. Thus, he called his big brother, Ling Chun, and prepared to go to the outer territory to learn from each other. He wanted to see which level his fighting capacity had reached. Ling Chun had also cultivated for many years. He wanted to reach the peak of the low level as soon as possible and break through to the middle level. However, this step wasn't so easy to take. Recently, the outside world was in an uproar because of the fact that Ling Xiao was the successor of the Soul Clan. He couldn't cultivate in peace. Thus, he agreed to Ling Fei's request to go to the outer territory to fight and learn from each other. Before they left, the founding elder of the clan knew about it. He reminded them not to go too far as it was a troubled time. The two of them naturally agreed, and then they charged towards outer space. Haha, I can finally break the 9 skies and enter the outer territory. Ling Fei shouted happily after he had broken through the 9 skies. Ling Fei had entered the half-incipient god realm earlier than Ling Chen. However, he had entered the ranks of the supreme martial artists many years later than Ling Chen. One reason was that he had given the supreme divine elixir Ling Xiao had given him to Ling Chen. Later on, he had received another one from Ling Xiao. However, he wasn't in a hurry to break through. Instead, he continued to cultivate the half-incipient god realm to the peak before breaking through with the help of the pellet. All along, Ling Chen was above Ling Fei in all aspects. It was just that his realm had stagnated after being the sect master for many years. If Ling Fei wanted to catch up with Ling Chen, he needed to work harder. Brother, come on. You've just broken through, so your realm isn't stable yet. After this battle with me, you will gain a lot. Ling Chen said to Ling Fei. Alright, big brother. Take it. Ling Fei's fighting spirit rose. After a shout, he turned into a gold flood dragon, storming towards Ling Chen. Golden Dragon Fist, each punch carried the immense dragon power, which was the ancient god technique created by the ancestors of the Kim people. Ling Fei's fists pounded on Ling Chen without mercy. Ling Chen sneered, urging 60% of his competence to attack Ling Fei. Their fists collided. Each of their attacks was like 2 dragon kings who were about to turn into dragons tearing each other. Metal energy currents splashed everywhere. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In this battle, Ling Fei had increased his combat power by more than 30 times, and he was fighting to his heart's content. While they were fighting, a few people quietly walked out from the darkness. Hee, 2 golden dogs have come. It seems like they're fighting each other here. It's really enjoyable. It's like they're fighting dogs. Brother Xiong's words are too much. They're fighting dragons, right? Look at those 2 golden dragons. They're quite beautiful. How can you say they're fighting dogs? Not to mention, dogs can also turn into dragons one day. Maybe they're in the process of transforming. After waiting for so long, we've only killed a few golden dogs. These 2 are still too weak. Let's have some fun. These people mocked and ridiculed unscrupulously, not even bothering to hide their whereabouts. Who is it? Do you want to die? When Ling Chen and Ling Fei heard those voices, they shouted angrily. Anyone who heard such insults wouldn't be able to bear it. Moreover, these 2 were important figures in the Kim people's circle. They had never been mocked like this before. For people walked out of the darkness. They were all at the incipient god realm at the supreme realm. They had restrained their auras and sneered disdainfully. They looked at Ling Chen and Ling Fei as if they were already dead. Among these 4 people, 2 were mid-level supreme experts, and the other 2 were low-level supreme experts. They were Ying Jun of the Dark Shadow Clan, Wu Gu of the Evil Blood Cult, Xiong Dugong of the Bear Tribe, and Ba Te Ri of the Divine Axe Gang. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, the space around them was immediately sealed off by the power of space. Apparently, they didn't want to let Ling Chen and Ling Fei escape. Who are you guys? Ling Chen hissed and then sent a message to Ling Fei. They don't come with good intentions. If you have a chance, you should run back to your clan to save them. I'll hold them back. Why are you talking to them? Deji, let's kill them. Ling Fei had just broken through to incipient god realm, so his fighting will was as high as the sky. The battle with Ling Chen just now had benefited him greatly. Now that there were enemies who had delivered themselves to his doorstep, he wanted to have a good fight. He ignored Ling Chen's words and unleashed all of his explosive force, charging towards one of them. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.